What's up, guys? How you doing? Happy Monday. I already see Ada and Sig in front of me. In game. Sadie, good to see you. You know, I didn't even think. Funny, I didn't even think about that. I knew I'm gonna have bad ping, but EO with bad ping, I haven't done that one yet before. See how that goes. Although it doesn't feel that bad, as I was hitting some buttons earlier. I'm gonna see it in Deep Dungeon. We'll find that out when I step in. But hello, hello. No, great. What did I do? What have I? Oh, I muted it. I unmuted it. Give me a moment. Why don't I keep the music playing? Okay. Dude, this was just working. What the hell? I think I know why. But good to see you, Core. Hello, how you doing? Sadie, hello. Ada, McCard, Sig, Magnus, what's up, guys? Let me see about this first. You're 300. I'm at 2. I checked it earlier. I'm at 2. Oh, I know why. I know. I'm at 220, 215. So there we go. All right, I had swapped it out earlier. Okay, got it. There we go. Okay. On bad luck, good luck on the weird thing, and we'll see. I mean, I'm not completely foreign to this. We've done it before on JP. We recently cleared on JP. When did I do that? Why did I do that? Oh, the free trial on Warrior, but we hadn't done Machinist. Machinist has been one that I haven't done in a minute, so we'll see how that goes. But good to see you guys. Core is here as well. Look at, we have all the Necromancers on Oceanic have come. Both the 3 of them. Ada said Necromancer. Yeah, good to see you guys. Today we're playing Shadow JP in here in Oceanic. You guys didn't rent it. Oh wow, you would actually be worse, I think, right? I think, not to give away your location, but I think based on your location, I feel like you might be worse than me. I'm not sure, maybe better. I don't know. Oh nice, and then Twitch is trying to be, okay, cool. So, today we have a lot to do. We're going to set up 4 files. We're going to set up a Palace file 51 to 130, Heaven on High 21 to 30, Heaven on High 1 to 30. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 1 to 30, and then an EO 21 to 40. All of those today. I'll explain why we're doing 2 Heaven on High files when we get there, but this will be the first leg of the journey. I join you all from the Sephiroth server, but I can't play right now. Hey, it's all good. Thanks, Rhubarb. Appreciate you. This sounds more like vodka. See how it goes. I gotta delete all my files. Let's go and do that. I hope that works. That better work. Good, it works. I don't have to think about it. Alright. Hop in. 51. Good to see you guys. Thanks for passing by. Also, I hadn't noticed that what do you call it? I hadn't noticed that they gave us the Voyager title. I thought that's cool because it was Traveler before for DC and now it's Voyager. I thought it's great. So Machinist for Palace, Warrior for the Heaven on High files, Samurai for EO. I figured I'd bring my best. Just for the sake of, first of all, changing it up, but also, you know, don't worry about any other details. I can be in and out of here, legally split, assuming ping doesn't kill me. Machinist on a high ping is always going to be fun, in my opinion. So that's where I'm gonna go here. Alright. Let's see how this plays out. Nice start. These will be just regular climbs, nothing crazy like the speeds that we've been doing. So it'll be very chill on my part because the speeds are very stressful. Also I have to put in a lot more focus, but I can usually tell almost immediately if the ping is going to be different or not. Especially with our experience on JP. So like, you'll probably hear me pointing it out here and there. Oh, the Voyager status stays in the... Did the Traveler status stay in the In the duty too? I don't actually remember that. I feel like it didn't stay in the thing. But maybe it did, I don't know. This is Oceanic? This is Oceanic. Yeah, what's up, Iftek? We are on Ravana. I'm not opposed to the Voyager tag showing now, because at least, you know, showcase that we are in fact on the new data center. My thing is wrong. Hey Ganu, how you doing? Hey Catman. It's so stressful as Bard. If you yeah, I mean it can be. If you just kind of go for like one ad, it's not too bad. That's kind of what I've been kind of getting used to now, is just killing one ad, not two. But hey Reggie, how you doing? How does it feel? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I'll let you know when I get there. I haven't really played much outside of getting my character on the server, so I'll let you know when we get there. Like, my first thing is to see if I can double weave. That's the very first thing I'll check. Because before on JP I couldn't do that. Although in JP now I can, which is interesting. But before I could not. So, could already feel like the, you know, like comparing to our recent, oh, that's not good. Oh, that double weave did not feel good. Compared to how it was on Cloud, oh boy. It's been very interesting hopping into all the various iterations of the server. Cloud for sure felt the absolute best that I've ever played this game. It's almost like I was playing a different game, that's how good it was. I can already feel this though, this is... Well, the heat blast feels nice, kind of. Yeah, I remember in, when I was doing JP about 4 years ago, the double weave was impossible. Like, it actually was so bad, Ganu, that I had to strictly single weave just to get all the heat blasts in. If I even attempted one double weave, which would work like 50-50, I would not get all the heat blasts in, which was a big concern when I was trying to go for Behemoth. And so, like, I'd rather have dropped the damage from, like, the lack of OGCs versus the heat blast on Wildfire. That's what it came down to. But it'll be interesting. I mean, it's a lot better now in terms of, like, trying to go for the clear than it was back in Stormblood. I'm sorry, not Stormblood, in Shadowbringer. Maybe it was Stormblood, actually, that I did the thing. Maybe it was Stormblood, I don't know. To do, like, a full burst. Oh, that is... Oh, no, I LOS myself. That happens to me if I don't use ping medication. Yeah. I am going to purposely not use anything. I don't have anything. I don't want to use anything. So we're doing it raw. I think that's going to be part of the fun challenge of it, you know? I think I remember, like, when we ended up doing JP with the high ping, it was definitely a bit of a hot topic of people concerned about trying to attempt Machinist with inevitable high ping, because there are people who just have high ping, right? I mean, you have EU gamers that are playing an NA because their schedule fits better for NA, and whatever other reason exists. But it's like, after I was able to drop Behemoth down, I stopped hearing that question. It was so funny. It's the same as, like, controller. I would hear that all the time. Oh, you know, I'm playing controller. Is there a concern about, you know, doing deep dungeon? And granted, other people, I mean, JP is strong controller, but ever since we did, like, the controller runs, like, no one asks that question anymore. Like, it's not even a concern. Hey, Muzan, how you doing? Vivtech with the 60 in a row, gamer. I hope they really fix it in DT. It'll be so much easier for them. It's so much easier for, like, the ping thing. Dude, yeah, no, I still remember when, like, a couple of years ago, they didn't even know that there was a ping issue. Like, they said it like out loud. They're like, wait, there's a problem? So maybe. I mean, the cloud servers were something that I think would have been a great start. I mean, you know, pop a cloud server in your local regions or something, then yeah. I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know what the you know, the overhead and everything is for doing something like that, but all I know is that I had such a wonderful time on the cloud server that I would rather play on the cloud server. Like, I wouldn't move my character. Like, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't go so far as to move my character to the cloud server, but I would play there all the time. Like, I could even, like, I would even, like, consider, like, serious speedruns. Because I'm not dropping, like, seconds here and there just because I hadn't been, just because I'm moving a lot slower. Let me see the wildfire here. One... Oh, that feels disgusting. Oh, man. Alright, we have to play like I'm on... There's no way I'm gonna double weave on a heat blast. That felt horrible. Okay, so we have to go back to like single. Alright, that's fine. I've done this before. But like when we get to Behemoth, it's just single. I'm a controller player too. I've tried keyboard mouse. Just can't get used to it. I've never even done a keyboard mouse, so I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I know my playstyle is very adjacent to controller. Just without like actual analog sticks, but yeah, I don't even know how to keyboard mouse. Thing is, I have ignored YouTube again. Oh, I've also put in a bad spot. Let me just get the chat for YouTube here. Okay. The thing is that it is not a ping issue per se, but the animation log added to high ping. Okay, I can see that. That can also make sense. But also like, you look at like in things like you know, enemy telegraphs and whatnot, right? The server has to communicate with the player, the client, and so someone with a better connection will be able to resolve that at a much faster check than one with a slower ping, right? Like here, I'd have to avoid all AoEs almost a second sooner than I normally would on NA. Or in a cloud, I can do it at the very last second on cloud, but here I have to give it like a whole extra second before, you know, unless I'm just gonna get hit. So like what Sadie said at the beginning of stream is gonna be something I have to think about when you're gonna talk about cubic orthos, right? So, especially doing floor pulls, getting stuck for the moment can be a problem. Yeah, I mean, Willow would know being having that higher ping. So what's up, Willow, by the way? Oh, this feels horrible. That's only a single weave. Oh, no, that's what it is. I'd have to, like... Oh, I see. I'd have to, like, not even weave in an OGCD. Maybe that's what it comes down to, too. That's what it is. I don't even single weave an OGCD with Heat Blast. Thanks, Wallen. I appreciate you, man. I don't agree because I get hit even in my screen if I'm out of the AoE, yeah. I was Vaspid. We're now inside. Oh no, oh, I'm sorry. Rip. Well, I'm sure the experience was probably really good, right? So... Alright, you go back in, you do it again. Hopefully, I can pull it off on my end too, while I'm on this server, on this high ping server. I look forward to Death to Monk Suck or... Oh no! Dude, those are very specific things, instances, and yeah, the monk is interesting because I've already checked that in my brain where if you get pulled in, like max distance, even on regular ping, there's this high chance you get shot by the thing anyway. You have to be almost point blank just to make sure you don't actually get hit by the thing. So then, coupled with the higher ping, yeah, you're right. You're right. I wonder what other instances I've registered in my brain. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Like, my brain is in Palace at the moment, but there's probably other ones. Not sure how much I care. Hey, Cat, how you doing? Oh, do you see that? That's so bad. Even that last second one didn't go through. Dodging the 0-10 AoE would legit be fun to watch. Dude, I can't even dodge that in regular ping. I've gotten paranoid with that one now, because I've died so many times to it, and I know it's happening too. It's so bad. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I think my brain just shuts off on that one. But I've died to that. Man, I think it was that Samurai. I messed that one up. Because I just thought I could move last second when you're not really supposed to move last second. I like how they're all on the same floor too. Melee Kaiden would be an experience. I think it won't be too bad. It's just, I guess when multiple AoEs are coming out would be the bigger issue, or any pull-ins, like Sadie said, would be the interesting one. Oh. Yeah, it really does feel like I'm playing a different game when it's a higher ping. Just go Machinist, and I'm picking Samurai. We're doing Samurai. I just don't pull them. Those are the enemies I just literally just don't pull because of that. Oh, look at that double weave. Oh, the lack of the double weave. Yep, all three. We're doing all three. That's what I want to do. I think I don't leave OC until I do all three. At least officially. We are going to do something on NA in between OC, but I'll explain that later. First, we'll get this one done. Gonna be pain. I don't think I've done Eureka Orthos on high ping before. I don't even think I've done Heaven on high and high ping. With that being said, no, I did, because we did it on the free trial. But I don't think I went to Eureka Orthos. Why did I do it on the free trial? Oh no. I did it on the free trial because they added in Stormblood. That's why we brought the character up. That's right. I had my old character. But we didn't go as high as Eureka Orthos because that wasn't necessary. I did Eureka Orthos on the Cloud server, but that's about it. But like, Warrior shouldn't be really anything too notable in terms of the play experience there. I mean, I could take another job in, but... Hello? Mouse? Really? Why is my mouse being weird? Hold on. Okay. It's being, my water mug was hitting my mouse. I think what's great is, like, the guys who've been doing Deep Dungeon for a long time, and they know how the game is supposed to feel, how it's supposed to respond, can probably already pick up, like, how this run is gonna either go, or can even see it as they're watching the playthrough, you know? I can feel these things right away. The responsiveness of the chests, the way all the buttons kind of press out. Machinist is going to be the most sensitive to it, in my opinion. And you could argue maybe like Reaper 90 also. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great for you guys. Yeah, I mean, I could just string, whatever. Hope everyone, by the way, is doing great on the Monday. Today, I got an email when I woke up, and, Ninja Heaven on High. You know what? I am not opposed to this. I am not opposed to that. I might. I do have to set up a warrior though, but ninja? An excuse to do ninja again? Okay. We'll do it. We'll do it, we'll do it, we'll do it, we'll do it. Bless. Good idea. I got an email this morning. Hold on. Oh, that's right. I forgot they changed the... There's no way I'm gonna get 6 though. What do you call it? I got an email this morning to do a sponsored Honkai Star Rail stream, and I was so excited. They're like, hey, paid opportunity, Honkai Star Rail. I'm like, sign me up. I was able to negotiate a little bit of a higher commission too, and it's the good one. It's not the weird one where they're like, well, you get like, you know, you can get up to like $10,000 if you get like, you know, 50 million people to sign up for the game. Otherwise, you only get like $5. No, it's not that. It's just a flat commission to play the game. So, but with that being said, I probably am going to like ask for you guys to like click the link that we'll have. So if you don't have to do anything, you don't have to sign up for the game, but it makes it look like we had a good showing for the thing. So that's probably what's gonna happen once I get the referral link, because they're gonna be looking at the performance of the stream when we do it, and then also if there's any click-throughs to the link that they'll provide me. So yeah, but once I get that, that's gonna be next week, sometime next week. It's the sponsorship starts on the 29th. So I was mentioning this on Discord that I could do an Acheron pull stream. But I don't want to wait that long because I'm already planning to pull her on like Wednesday, so we'll do that on Wednesday. But I think what I'll do is we'll do Pure Fiction, which will show up next week. So we'll do the whole stream on Pure Fiction, which I'm going to inevitably do anyway. And we've been able to clear all the endgame for Honkai ever since I got Jingli out. Jingli, like ever since I got her, I've been able to clear all the endgame to the max level, so we're gonna try to continue that trend. And then in 2 weeks, in April, which is the thing I was kind of holding back on mentioning, not really holding back on it, but we're gonna be doing a charity stream with the National Children's Alliance, which is our third year in a row doing that. And that's where the other Heaven on High file is gonna come in, because I've been doing a donate to brick the file type thing for Deep Dungeon, where we'll do a Heaven on High file, and any donations of a specific amount will make me use Pomanders, so you guys can actually donate to try to brick my file to see if I can clear even though the palms are getting used, and that's how we conduct our charity run. And that'll be currently, I have it planned on April 8th, and I haven't done it on the EU hours before, so we'll see how that goes. But that's where the second Heaven on High file is going to come into play. So we got that planned in 2 weeks. Boom. Okay. I think the tricky part with the ping that I remember experiencing back when I was on JP, it isn't technically the fact that it's going to be like almost like a additional animation lock. It's that it's inconsistent. So like there are times when you'll see it respond fast, and then there are times when it'll be slow. And it makes it hard for my brain to kind of plan out like how I want it to handle it. Like, do I greet it now? Do I just play it safe? And I could still feel that now. So this is gonna be very reminiscent of my first experience with JP back a couple of years ago. Of course, I'd like to also think that I'm a better player than I was 4 years ago. That would be something that would be nice to to have in my brain. I found the exit already. Oh, nice. Cool. Oh my god. I want to go back to the cloud server. Can we have the cloud server again? I want to go back to that. It's like I want to cleanse the palette with like a cloud server run. That always confuses me. It's rare, but sometimes when I open a chest, yeah, exactly, yeah. When it glues me to the ground for a little bit, yeah, and that's what was tough when I was trying to debate on like what am I doing for Behemoth, right? Do I try to weave in an OGCD in my Heat Blast, or do I not? And when I did it years ago, I decided not to because it was too much. There was too much fluctuation between it. Like if it worked at least once, it's fine. But even if it failed like once and I don't get all the hits in, so I pretty much have opted just to go without it. But it's still kind of crappy. Like it would still be better in my brain if it was just consistently bad. I mean, granted, even on the regular ping, I'll get that also. You know, like even on the cloud server, most of the times you'll get an instant, and then you'll have these little these little bits when there's just like this little hiccup. But it's almost like it's not noticeable. You know, like you're worried about something else, so sometimes you don't even notice it, but... Amazing. Yeah, decent sort. Oh, just the pain of me looking at the button lit and it's being ready to hit. You see that? Oh, it's like me hitting it 10 times before it activates. Love it. Love this. I love it and I hate it. It's a love-hate relationship. But I'm happy that I'm on my main. That is amazing. Like, that's something that shouldn't be understated. It's the fact that I am, in fact, playing on the Oceanic servers on my main. You know, something that I think a lot of the gamers wished was a thing. You know, that you didn't have to create a character. Like, imagine the EU gamers, you know, just periodically having to just hop over to NA to do some raids or something and then go back home to do everything else. Oh, man. Just imagine just the quality of life that will be, you know? So this is really, really cool that we're able to do this. And of course, that's the other thing that you're testing out. You know, are the servers going to be stable enough for me to clear this content? I feel like anything that's going to be ping related or connection related, running a deep dungeon solo file has got to be one solid method to see if everything's good. You know, amongst anything else in this game, this is the one thing that, like, is extremely sensitive to having a decent connection, both in actually executing it and getting to the end of this. And that's one thing that I always look into when, like, there's a new server or something, you know? So I'm really kind of excited to do this. I'm actually really looking forward to getting back into 14 again. I think the little break and breather that we're getting while we're spamming through Rebirth, and I'm gonna be hopping into Dragon's Dogma once I finish Rebirth. It's really like reloaded my gas tank for 14, you know, and that was the whole goal. It's the fact that we're trying to get back into, you know, the spamming of 14, especially with Dawn Trail coming out. But I don't want to feel like I'm just doing it because I feel like I have to. I want to do it because I want to, and I feel like that's definitely refreshing itself. Is that new Voyager? Yes, it is. I noticed it today when I logged in. It's Voyager, not Traveler. But the thing I was wondering is, I don't think Traveler shows up in the instance. I could be wrong. I don't remember. But we're here in the instance with it, so. Amazing. That's right. I just imagine what life would be like if we had coordinated hunt streams for every server. For every data center, too. It would be, busy, that's for sure. I'll go this way. There's not enough time. I mean, it would be kind of hilarious though, because you probably would have you might even have a wait time transferring data center to data center, no? But hey, you never know. Look, I'm not in that community of the hunt train, so maybe it's a thing. Maybe they can figure something out. Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna be just commenting on that animation delay all this entire journey for Oceanic. I think you're gonna aggro. My palms are loaded. Biftech, even right before stream, I was just like, man, I wish I could put in the remake, the Rebirth music in my playlist already. I kept humming the songs from yesterday. It's freaking brain rot. Like, I think I'm actually upset that I don't think I'm gonna hear some of the boss themes we ran into yesterday on like anymore in my playthrough, unless I force it. Like, you guys who haven't played Rebirth, I don't think it's gonna be too much of a spoiler to hear many of the songs. But once the official OST comes out, we are definitely adding in some things, and let me tell you, the music it's damn good. Yeah, Hama Uzu's too good. Hey guys, check out Tokyo Treats, and thank you to everyone who's bought some Tokyo Treat boxes and enjoyed them. It even feels bad to me, and I'm used to the animation. Yeah. Oop, no. I was listening to one of the songs, 1-2 Sabo, on repeat. Like, does someone have an extended version online for that? I imagine. Oh, okay. Repeat sites. That's a thing? You plug in the YouTube link. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, I didn't know that's a thing. Okay. I just do it myself. I mean, to be fair, I put it on my my MP3 player. Like, I'm usually on the road when I'm listening to music, so I guess it's different. Actually, there was an app that tried to do it, but it was so janky on mobile to try to loop a song. I wouldn't try to figure out if it was on mobile. I don't know if it's just I got the wrong app or something or whatever. The one app I saw that would allow you to do like A/B loop. It was hard. Like, I wanted it to be like very specific within like the hundredth of a second. I couldn't do that, so it just felt off every time I heard it, and I was just kind of getting annoyed. You aggroed. That's annoying. That's less annoying. Fortune. Yeah, sure, why not? Minor annoyances like that are why I use an outside playlist randomizer for my YouTube songs rather than YouTube itself. Yeah, a friend of mine had that as well. Like, they had I don't remember the website, but they were using one. I don't remember the name of it. I didn't know existed. Does it? Does it like basically just shove algorithms into it and everything? Sometimes you get stuck in loops and play same. Really? Well, then also they have the ads in, right? If you don't have premium, like the ads sneak in between or something. Damn, banger after banger today. Hope you're doing well. How are you finding ping in Oceanic? Bad. Bad, but not something I haven't dealt with before. I've done this before, so I know what I'm expecting, but it is pretty bad. Sure, ads, I guess. Because I think that's the thing that annoyed me sometimes with some YouTube playlists, was like, you play like 3 songs and then ad plays. You know? Like I would never think about using a YouTube playlist for, like, if I ever go like on a workout or something, or use it for like a background thingy. Or like even for like here, if I ever had thought about using YouTube for stream. Just the fact that you just get ads playing seems so not great. Never had a problem? Okay. Meg, what server did you say to go on? I know you mentioned the server and I forgot. We'll see. Funny how I have all my lusts now when I'm not speedrunning. To be fair, I guess I'm checking chests more. Ravana? I did go to Ravana. For some reason, I thought I remembered you mentioning Ravana. I am in Ravana. So we picked Ravana. I had no other real anything else that was like, you know, pulling me anywhere, so. Yo, Solana, thank you for the follow. You also reminded me I can turn my alerts on because we're not doing Rebirth. So thank you for that. I might actually turn my alerts on for when we play Dogma too. Unless I feel like some of the cutscenes are really like, you know, they're really kind of important or something, but I feel like maybe that game is gonna be mostly gameplay versus story. To me, Rebirth is mostly, well, well, you know, the story is great, it's just, it isn't technically mostly story. I think if YouTube ever started giving me those issues, I'd go elsewhere. Okay, fair point. There's no way I'm getting 6 hits on a wildfire. I was very busy last night during... Wait, during our peak... It was very busy last night during our peak time. This is my first one in OC. Yes, I'm doing everything on stream, and I'm still on a once-a-week basis for 14. So you'll see me pretty much only on the Mondays in here, if I'm doing it. And I made sure I was in the server earlier, a couple hours before stream. So we were just kind of chilling here for a little bit. I hit a couple buttons to see if, you know, how everything was. But yeah, it's my first day on here. I was avoiding such streams until I finished the story, but how's 100% going? I just finished the other... Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Let me try to put this in the most non-spoilery possible. Oh, okay. This is good. I got it. So, like, most JRPG games, and this isn't just Rebirth, this isn't just anything, like Remake has it, so on and so forth. But a lot of JRPG games has a certain point in the game where they tell you this is a point of no return. That's what I've hit in Rebirth. I've finished everything that was possible up to that point, and now I'm at that point. So, I don't want to say chapter, I don't want to say anything, other details, area, whatever, but hopefully that's as spoiler-free as I can put it. So, that's where I'm at. We just hit that last night. Yeah, so we just hit that last night, so tomorrow, we're gonna get into that portion of it. Get wrecked, Sig. How's it feel? Alright, let me hit our first set of ads here. Thanks guys for watching. We are planning to go to 1:30 today. and then we'll move on to the next deep dungeon. We'll see in a little bit. BRB. We'll keep playing. I am. I have been, and I am, and like I was just mentioning earlier, like Fubar, the music, it's just freaking brain rot right now, and it's just I can't wait for that OST to come out April 10th. Oh man, April 10th is gonna be a big day. You didn't die? Okay. Ricochet hit the wolf? This server's wild. Ow. Bang. Boom. Boom. I'll try to tune in the catch. Yeah, so Monday, so currently the game plan right now, Merrick, is that we'll do Palace of the Dead next Monday. So the continuation of this file next Monday. 2 weeks after that, so not April 8th, but the week after that, we'll do Heaven on High, and the week after that, we'll do Eureka Orthos. Today is setting up everything. We'll set up all those files today. That's the plan. And then if I wipe on any of them, I will do it again. So we will stay on Oceanic until I've cleared the deep dungeon, each of the deep dungeon at least one time each. Without naming anything, did your final side quest? Yes, I had it glitched. We figured out a solution. It was a benefit of me having the physical copy, because I basically just deleted the game and reinstalled it without the patch, and I was able to pull it off last night, and then I reinstalled the patch and then continued my playthrough. I'm actually gonna try to do a little video on that. Although, of course, I think by the time I do the video, maybe they fixed it or something, but I want to try to do a video on that. You got that? Yeah, and I like Fubar, I don't know if you guys had a solution, but I didn't even look into it, you know? That was the first thing that was presented to me, and like, I'm gonna go do that. Solanash. I don't know if I said your name right. I wanted to thank you for your videos. And guys, in Heaven on High, I managed to clear it solo on Warrior a year ago. Okay, now I'm trying to clear on Reaper, and this time I'm feeling that I took tank for granted after getting hit with a gorilla zoom in. What should I do in the 80s and 90s? Okay, so Reaper in general, let's just take this, not really putting in and injecting your previous experience with tank, although I'm sure it'll help, Solana. One thing I like to do almost with all jobs is to open 81 with a strength and frailty. Mostly to get out of 81 as fast as possible, maybe to push your frailty to 2 if it's sitting at 3, strength at 2 if it's sitting at 3. Even, I would actually push strength to 1 if I only had 2, if that, you know, kind of makes that a little clear. Just to get out of 81. And then kind of the same strategy applies climbing up. If the debuffs are really bad, you know, maybe push your Petri to 2, push your Magicite to 2. If they're not too bad, decide to fight it. One thing that I would suggest with any of those gap-closing enemies, like a Mentega or a Gorilla, especially you're talking about Reaper, make sure you pop your shield before the pull, and also try to do kind of a line-of-sight method that we do, where, like, if you pull an enemy, the moment it charges, hide behind a wall, like this. You LOS behind a wall. Because what will happen is you'll kind of disconnect their follow-up auto-attack from their initial charge. Now, a Gorilla specifically, because their bodies are so big, you want to try to do that strategy, because no matter what you do, they'll sneak in an auto-attack. So, like, if I pull this, right, this one. If if I pull this and then it charges at me, I hide behind the wall, they get stuck behind the wall, and they don't sneak in that auto attack because they can't see me. So that can prevent you from getting essentially one shot or hit in 1G city by a gorilla. But also the shielding is a massive benefit there. With the frailty on 81, that will also be big because that should not kill you even if it crits. With the shield. So, you know, relying on the shield to help you out there. Now, I specifically mentioned the gorilla having a big body. With the Mentega, you can pull them and just run backwards and they will not hit you with an auto attack, I think most of the time. So you just pull it, run directly backwards, or what you can do is you pull it, the moment it makes contact with you, hit a gap closer to get away from that, and then it buys you a little time to heal up and maybe not take the auto as well. But you can basically pull and run away and you'll be fine without that double attack. Outside of that, again, the palms are going to be very similar, I think, with Warrior. You want to try to hold on to your steel as long as possible. I mean, I do have a Reaper video up there, so you can also reference that, but one of the biggest things on Melee, in particular, is I had designated enemies that I needed Bloodbath on, and enemies that I didn't need Bloodbath, and you alternate between the two of them. So, an example, if we're talking 81 to 83, I can handle Chimeras without a use of Bloodbath, but I would need to fight a Gorilla with Bloodbath. Or I would need to fight maybe a Mentega. Mentega is questionable because they can go either way. If you like want to stay uptime with a Mentega, you would want to have Bloodbath. But if you are willing to kite a little bit here and there, they're way more manageable because they benefit from being far away from them. Like, they have a pattern where they'll do like two telegraphs into like 3 or 4 auto attacks and then 2 telegraphs. So like, if you just buy time until they get the telegraphs, you'll be fine on that fight. It'll take a little bit longer, but you can manage them. And then later on, elephants are not bad. You probably want to do the same thing like with a Mentega, that you want to kite a little bit because they will hit you pretty hard, but you can buy some time with them when them doing auto attacks. I'm sorry, when they're doing AoEs. Kokis are easy. Goobers, if you're good with LOSing the poison, they're not too bad. And that's without steel. Like this is the conversation if you're not running steel. Steel's a different story where you can kind of just pull whatever. Like you can eat, like I wouldn't pull a Koki and an Enko with a steel unless I had Bloodbath. That's like the only exception. But yeah, like you'll have to really take into consideration some kiting to kind of help you out. And I guess the last thing I'll say, Solanish, thanks to Ganu, I will probably do Ninja on Heaven on High coming up. We won't do the run yet, but we'll probably do the run in about 2-3 weeks. But and that's a long time. But we're gonna be hopping into a melee job for Heaven on High for the Oceanic. So if for some reason that far ahead you're still working on it, that's what I'll be doing live next at some point at this time slot. Fubar said, there wasn't anything that I could find. I had to sadly skip it, but figured by the time I get back to it. I hope so, yeah. Yeah, because, like, PlayStation Fubar never had an option for down patching, I think, right? Like, I remember when I was doing the Stray speedruns, that was, like, kind of a little bit of an annoyance to people. Actually, no, it was more maybe, like, maybe Stranger Paradise 2. That, like, there were certain patches that really affected the category that they were setting up, and so it would be a bigger benefit if you could down patch, but I think that's just not a shit option with that thing. We'll just go. Anyway, I hope some of that, what I went through, that whole monologue made sense to you, Solanish. Lion looks very menacing. Also very dead. Ooh. Oh, the only problem is I have to come back. I should have Fortune though. Even with a rage, you can tell some of the ping stuff. You'll see like the delay it takes for the enemy to actually die. It's pretty interesting. Like that Auroch that we hit. Even that, see, there's like this little hiccup. Like, see that hiccup? It's so like, it's so awkward, especially when you know what it feels like when it's normal. So it was almost like a deer in headlights kind of thing, where it's like, wait, did I hit it? Thank you so much. I'll use those strats. Also, I think I'm really greedy with my resources, so I'll use them more often. Hey, you know what? That's one of the biggest prog points, Solanish, for a deep dungeon runner, is that I think initially when you first start, you will feel like you want to hold on to things longer because you don't know if you'll get them back. Eventually, I think most will start growing out of that. The idea of keeping things at 2 will make more and more sense over time. It's one of those things I think you have to come to that conclusion. Like, we can tell you that. It's like, hey, just stay at 2. You know, you'll get it back. But you have to kind of convince yourself in your own runs that you see it happening, and then it'll become a thing. But it will kind of be a bigger benefit. Like for me, it started off, I evolved into it by understanding that something like strength, frailty, flights to some extent are things that are very common. You see them a lot, right? Like, go through your own runs and see how many times you get like a double strength, a double steel, maybe a multiple frailty or something. And so it comes down to utilizing your palms with the most efficiency. That's all you're looking to do. So if you want to prevent yourself from overcapping strength, well, you keep it at 2, you won't overcap it, you know? And some people, that's where, like, using the Petrify, keep it at 2, Magicite, keep it at 2, that's where it also comes into play. But I think you'll come to that conclusion eventually when you start experimenting, changing around strats, and so on and so forth. The keyboard delay on the rage, right? Yeah. You guys are very knowledgeable, I think, especially our community. And I think a lot of the people who've played 14 for a while, you guys know. You can see it, especially with the gameplay. So I don't really have to explain it in great detail. You can just tell. Hey Sushi Delivery Boy, happy Monday. I've started my prep for climbing palace, and find it's harder to get potsherds or regen pods compared to the other 2 deep dungeons. Yes, technically. So, okay. So that is right. Getting a potsherd from 1 to 100 is ass. Like, it's just not great. However, the moment you step into 101, the bronze chests will remove Phoenix Downs from the pool, and the rate at which you get potsherds, it's a lot higher. Like, you'll notice it. So like, Palace is a little bit weirder in that it doesn't have a direct spot that you can farm it on, like Heaven on High and EO, where you can go 21 to 30, spam. But almost ironically, at the end of the day, especially when we're talking about clear attempts, I feel Palace is either equal to, if not even better, at keeping your potsherd stock good for future runs, in my opinion. That's how much potsherds you'll get, in the presumption that you are checking most of the bronze chests. By the time you'll really need potsherds, it's probably going to be around 141, so you have like 40 more floors to try to check chests and whatnot. And you'll see, you'll look at your stock as you're picking them up and getting to all the chests. You're like, oh, okay, we're actually fine. So yeah, it's the drop rate. You'll see once you step into 101 and you go, like, I can almost guarantee, in the assumption that you check every single chest in 101 to 110, every single one, even like using maybe some affluences and some fortunes, you'll probably pick up more in those 10 floors than you did 1 to 100, even with the 2 guaranteed. That's what you're looking at. So, if that gives you any type of comfort, and that just repeats, and it gets the same as you go through the floors. So it will just balance out at the end. You don't even need potions on tank in my opinion to like 160. At least that's from me doing my runs. Obviously it's a little skewed, but I can make it at least to 160 without even really needing pots at all. Unless you're doing like big pulls and whatnot. Hey Soul Char, good afternoon. Hope you're doing good, man. This is my catch-up day for all you guys that are unable to watch the variety streams or are avoiding it for whatever reason. So it's good to see everybody. I think I'm getting a little bit closer to the actual ending of Rebirth, and we're gonna be moving to Dragon's Dogma, and hopefully that's not as much of a spoiler for you guys. Kelly has no heal, unfortunately, but Dark Knight so. Well, I mean, and Warrior is really good. Gunbreaker is great with sustain as well. Paladin, I mean, Paladin feels like a little dirty, because it's like you have Clemency, but you feel bad using it, you know? But it's there, I mean, you could rely on it. Well, I still have to avoid most of the internet myself. I saw a tweet from Vienna, the voice actress for Aerith, and she was retweeting about something that another content creator had posted about their feelings about the ending of the game, and I'm like, I cannot read this, are you kidding me? But then it was pretty spoiler free after I like looked at it again, but I was just like, yeah, we can't have this. Good. I'm glad she's able to hop into it right away. I remember when she played Remake, it took her what, like a whole year to get into Remake, because she was actually available to play the game. I liked her playthrough of that. I actually didn't clear Heaven on High and Paladin. I made a super dumb mistake. I don't really want to talk about it. Okay, that's fair. But I came close enough to considering it a clear for confidence purposes, so I'm okay. You know what? Fair. I mean, look, if you died to a Shop-T, it's all good. All of us have died to a Shop-T. I wouldn't call that embarrassing. If that's the case. Oh, there's two of them. There's three of them. No? Okay. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. No need. Usually, I know a lot of people, I've seen people get so angry when they died to Shop-Ts. You spent most of the time playing Queen's Blood. I don't blame her. Blinded, Petri, didn't confirm a kill, didn't... Oh... Yeah, you know what happens. I mean, especially when you're thinking about a lot of things. That's so common, it's all good. It's fine, it happens, dude. You'll have a new plan developed, and it'll be better than what you just did. Oh. Always gonna list. I have like a full second trying to double weave. It's awesome. I love it. I have to not weave at all when I do a Heat Blast. The Behemoth will be fun. It'll be fine, but it'll be fun. It made me mad because when I'm helping FC mates to achieve players I always reach, we're blinded. Bringing Petric Kill didn't do it yourself. But that's the difference between you being the spectator and you being the player, right? That's one of the things that I actually appreciate sometimes like streaming the content is there are things when you're not in the driver's seat and you're a lot more calm, not anxious, and you can think of things more clearly than the creator, than the streamer, you know? That's just the case of that, that's all. I would bet 99 out of 100 times you'll be able to tell someone to do that. Much different when you're the actual one doing the thing. Okay, good. Let me just refill my water and then we'll continue. Boom. Bum 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 bum. Ravana. I really like the... when I was a lot younger, I watched a TV series called Star Trek Voyager, so I like the Voyager moniker that we have for being a data center traveler. Honestly, I would like this better than Traveler. Voyager sounds cooler in my opinion, but maybe it's definitely a good reserve for the data center travel. Nice start. Ooh, racing. Not that I should need it, but... Why are all the special enemies showing up when I don't need it? Be a lot of points. Get these 2 chests and move on. Always nice when an insurance raising falls in your lap. It puts my mind at ease, that's for sure. For the score run. It's like there's almost like literally zero reason for me to be getting any type of points, because unless I intend to get all the way to 191 and then swap over to NA to finish it out, I don't get the points anyway, because they don't record on OCE. Because I'm in a different data center. Alina, thank you for the follow. I don't know why it didn't show up on Twitch, but I appreciate the follow. And Alina. Yeah, it's not on Twitch. Twitch didn't show me that follow. But my OBS said it. Imagine if they start doing that though. How many people do you think would make it a goal to get their name on top score in every server? I mean, they do that already. It's just they're held back by having to make a character. But I mean, Palace would be the easiest, right? It would just kind of expedite the process. I mean, if anything, what I would think of BiffTech, it's more you might get a congregation of people, maybe. I mean, you have the ping issue, so you'd probably do it on your best server. But like, you probably get a congregation of like, this is the server with the most competitors, so compete over here, and then they'll just move over there. Or the flip version is people will avoid it because they don't want to compete with the highest people and just put it on their own deep center. Did I flip the camera? I saw that a couple posts that I'm supposed to be upside down. I get it, but yeah, no, we didn't do that. We're not upside down. I just dug a hole, it's all. I dug a hole to get over here. What's up, Darth? How you doing? Ponto, hey, thanks for the 2-1. How you doing, man? For the thanks for the sub. I appreciate you, dude. How are things over there? Ponto, you gonna make a visit over here to the Oceanic dudes? Hey, yo, Gamer Debbie, thanks for the raid. Yo, shout outs to Gamer Debbie. As soon as it opens, sick. So, is Oceanics like their own thing now? Or, because I remember back in all the way in Heavensward, Ponto, I had a friend, who was in New Zealand. He was actually part of our feast team. But when they had the FRC feast competition thingy, they could not do it. I think it was either Heavensward or Stormblood. They couldn't do it because their New Zealand account counted as European, and they needed an NA account. So we had to, unfortunately, remove them from the team. Not because we wanted to. So is that still a thing, that, like, Oceanic is still, like, EU, technically? It's still EU? That's so mind-blowing to me. Oh my god. When are they going to get their independence? This is my most hated thing about Palace, finding a rage and only 1 kill off, and it saves me 1 minute. Well, even the rage in itself is not even, like, on speedrun Soulchar. Rages are, like, very debatable if you even use them, because they don't really save you time 1 to 100. Like, they would actually just waste you time, depending on when you decide to use them. They're obviously better on the higher floors, but the lower floors are really, like, they're tough. You don't get shipping for the still. Oh my god, that's so. What the hell, man? Sucks. Rip Oceanic. They launched Oceanic shortly after Shadowbringers. Yeah, it's a new. Yeah, that's right. But I guess they still aren't counted as their own region. They should. Never heard they were still a region. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's still vivid in my mind. Feels so bad. I actually talked to my friend a little recently, just out of the blue. They messaged me. It was kind of cool, but that was the story I remember. They were such a good healer too. They were one of our healers for our PvP team. So to have to remove a healer, and they were an awesome healer with the higher ping in NA. So to have to remove them because of the regional issues sucked. And then it's like it's PvP, so like you're not gonna get like too big of a of like them actually changing anything. You know, it'd be different, I guess, if it was another type of competition, but another raising. I'll use this. Go in here. So Gamer Debbie, how was your stream? How was 14 for you today? Hope you had a good time in the category. If it's your first time here, I'm Angel's Leaviness. I do a lot of deep dungeon content in Final Fantasy XIV if I'm playing it. I've been working on a lot of variety games as of late, and we are trying to very slowly get our way through Rebirth and eventually Dragon's Dogma 2. You're actually going to see some Honkai Star Rail out of me for a day next week, which I'm kind of excited about, because that's a sponsored stream, so very excited about that one, because I've been waiting a whole year to get a sponsored stream for Honkai. It's like, it's one of the things that kind of sucks sometimes. Like, I remember vividly, it was exactly last year, because PAX East just finished up. I didn't go this year. But it was during my last day of PAX East, I get this email about this Hoyoverse game that they want content creators to do. It's a paid opportunity, and they wanted, you know, they wanted this information, that information. I hopped into it immediately. I'm like standing on the floor watching the GDQ runs, and I'm like typing out my email, and they never get back to me. And actually, they never get back to me. They send me another email from a different person from the same company saying the same thing. I'm like, okay, I'll just send my same email. I'm like, hey, I don't know if you got my first email, but I'm really excited, and I never got back. And then, you know, Honkai came and went. I still played the game, like the game. A year later, I finally get something that I just confirmed today, this morning. So, I mean, it's nothing major. It's just, you know, it's kind of nice to get paid for a game that you're actually liking to play. So that'll be sometime next week that I'll do. We're planning to do the, I'm planning to do the end game of Honkai, because I could wait all the way then to pull for Acheron, but, I can't wait that long. So I'm gonna deal with Acheron on Wednesday off stream, and then we'll do Pure Fiction next week. which I am excited to do, but usually I do grind that out. Like, it takes me hours to get through that content, so it's gonna be perfect for stream. First person is living up the life is somewhere in the middle of nowhere European country. Living up the life as me in some middle of nowhere Europe country. Yeah, maybe. Acheron is it's technically tomorrow. The servers go down at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock Eastern. So like, I mean, they could go up at like midnight or something, but I'll just do it like Wednesday morning. You've had this question for a while. This is especially true for me in higher floors. Okay. If I find a strength of steel in the distant room I won't be returning to, I will refresh it early to avoid all the extra running. Is that the right thought process? It depends. If you're... Okay, so I have 2 game plans for that, Soulchar. The game plan that would be the better game plan is you refresh it once you're leaving the exit. So, like, you leave it there, you do all the killing, and then you pick it up and go to the exit. There is only a few reasons why you don't do that. And most of it comes down to, simply put, is it worth coming back? I've had this a couple times recently, where like, okay, let's imagine this room is a C pattern. 5 rooms, C pattern, right? So like, we're in room A, and then it's B, C, D, E, and E is the final one with the exit. So let's take it the higher floor. Generally speaking, I'm only killing enough to get to the exit, and in this case, I envision it being such a hassle running all the way back to the exit that I have to make sure it's clear just to get this chest and have to run into other things, not to mention a possible respawn. So in this case, I will clear up the exit or get close to the exit, or get maybe 1 or 2 away from the kill from opening the exit, get the buff no matter where my timer is, and then head towards the exit. Now, if the exit is here, and I spawn here on the spawn room, and the chest, like our refresh on strength is here on B, I'll open the exit first, and then refresh it as I'm leaving the exit. Why? Because we're right by the exit. Does that make sense? And it makes more sense, it makes more optimization to have that higher uptime with the buff. Now, another smaller exception, Soulchar. This is specifically on the 9th floor. You would rather have a fresh strength and steel on the boss than not. So if you had 1 minute walking into the 9th floor and you found a strength, I would not pop it because I would wait until the exit is open. And in this specific case, it is way more worth of me walking the entire map just to refresh that for, even if I lose a minute on the walk, it's fine. You get the fresh strength and steel, go straight into the boss, and just try your best to get to the boss room without drawing aggro. So that's the other smaller exception. But most of the time, I will only refresh once I'm about to leave, outside of what I just mentioned with the distance of the room. Hey, Next, how you doing? Good evening. I bank the strength and steel if I find enough. Yeah. So those are the 3 scenarios that I have. Like, I remember distinctly recently I had to go through 4 rooms to get to an exit on like 180 or 190 or something. One of those rooms, Soulchar, was a donut room, and we had patrols floating around. So to me, it made more sense to kill like 3 or 4 enemies and then proceed to the exit. Like, use the strength, even though I had like 3 or 4 minutes on strength left, to use the strength now, because I'm already envisioning, what if the patrols are blocking me? What if the donut room is a trap? You know, blah 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 blah. So all those things come into my mind that it's worth me using it now and just not coming back anymore. So. What's up, Logan? I know, Logan, are you planning to play Dragon's Dogma too? Because I feel like maybe more people will be able to pass by if I'm playing Dragon's Dogma once I move on. But man, Rebirth's just so good. I just highly recommend that game. That game is just way too good. If you ever get the chance to play it, you should play it. No interest? Okay. Fair. Yo, it's It's keys. Oh, thanks. Valorant! Hey, thanks for the raid. How was Valorant? Thanks for passing by from Valorant. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, guys. I'm Angelo's Demoness. I do a lot of Final Fantasy XIV Deep Dungeon. I do some variety games, JRPGs, other RPGs, survival games. We're going through a playthrough of Rebirth at the moment when I'm playing some type of variety. But right now, we are doing Final Fantasy XIV Deep Dungeon Solo, and we are setting up a whole bunch of files on the Oceanic server because for the first time ever, Final Fantasy has allowed us to data center travel. I am originally from NA, and I've moved my character to Oceanic for the time being to see how this feels, because there are ping issues, let me tell you. Welcome in. Reggie, I used to hate the thought of doing Palace, but since I've started following you and watching you do this content, it made me want to try it and go for the Necromancer title once I'm... Go for it, Reggie! You know, I don't blame you for not liking doing Palace. I mean, Palace, I think, still has that reputation of being boring in general. I mean, a lot of people's impressions is that 51 to 60 spam, which was what it got popular for once it first released, you know? Oh, did you need to level? Go to Palace, do 51 to 60, everyone does it. And if you just do that for hours on end, I mean, yeah, that's boring. I mean, I think it's boring. like, I'd rather just do it by myself because it's more entertaining that way. There are reasons that I would do a 51 to 60 match party, but... You know, once you dive into the solo challenge and you start seeing everything that you need to do to accomplish this goal, it's really... I mean, I'm biased, but it is really a lot of fun. And I think 8 years later in this content, this is still one of the higher respected challenges in this entire game, you know? Like, people still look at the title and they're like, oh, you got that title? Nice. Like, okay, you're a gamer. And I think that also helps the desire to run the content, you know? The respect it's given as well to actually do the content, not just be a spectator to the content. Not to mention how much almost like versatility it has with being able to do whatever job you want to and pull it off. And then you have the competitive side, and then you have the speedrun side of it too that add into the flair of the content. Makes it more fun and engaging. Yeah. I feel like there are also some people, Reggie, that probably, like, maybe they're tired of the raid scene and the social scene, but still want to engage with the game. I mean, what you'll get in our current present day of Final Fantasy XIV are the achievement hunters. The achievement hunters are running down the list, and then they land over here. And then they start to maybe appreciate what this content brings to the table, you know? Something that hasn't changed for all these years, at least not majorly. So yeah, and I think it's refreshing. I think most people, you know, they want to play a game sometimes to really get challenged, and this will provide the challenge. I mean, that's why some people do ultimates and whatnot. Obviously, it's challenging, but this is a challenge in a different way that's still on par with those type of challenges. Do you know what class or whatever you're going? Yes, mage. I have a male mage that I will run as my Arisen, and I am running a female human warrior, right? I think warrior, tank. My pawn will be my tank. I will always gravitate to a range class. Caster first. It will be like caster into range into pet shop. Usually is how I pick my thing. Now, I don't know about any specifics about any, you know, further classes, advanced classes, you know, don't tell me. I want to find that out myself. But usually, like, if I'm playing through the game and I start to see that there's something related to pets, I might look into that. But, to be fair, the pawn system kind of seems to me almost like a pet system, so that already covers that. But I'm going with that combo of, like, mage tank, so I have someone that can take the hits, and then I have myself who can do the damage. So that's how I'm looking. That's how I'm envisioning my playthrough. I have no idea how that game plays, but that is how I'm going to aim for it right now. I got all my jobs to 70 using Palace and Heaven on High spam. Same. I got all my jobs to 70 in Heaven on High, farming potsherds for Stormblood. For, I'm sorry, not Stormblood, for, Shadowbringers. And I think I'm probably gonna get all my jobs to 90 via Deep Dungeon at some point. That'll be definitely what I'll try to do. I had a friend I did co-op to get a feel for Deep Dungeon all 3. And we're just farming Aetherpool at the moment. He has the same from title. So Jelly, nice. I had one chance season 1 Nexanda to do that. It's Saint of the Firmament is top. Is that rank 1 or is that top 12? Whichever. I had a chance to get top 12. I take a 3-day break because I had to do something else. I come back, I start grinding again, I get rank 13. And I never do it again. Now, I would never use the title. But, it would have been nice to get the top 12. I'm not interested in ultimates, but I want a challenge in the game. PoTD is a perfect challenge that I like to have. It really is a nice challenge, Reggie. I mean, look, I'm biased, but I really like it. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it really tests your skill as a gamer in here. There's just so many variables that you have to consider and you have to play around, and yeah. I'm glad you're having a good time. And if you start diving into the other parts of it, like I said, you have the scoring aspect, the speed aspect. I mean, there's just so much you can do with the content. Not to mention, I feel like, you know, you're gonna get like a whole refresh on the content once Dawn Show comes out. You have the new jobs. Any job changes will also affect, you know, how you approach the content. Potentially, they change around a little bit. You know, depending on if they change stats around and whatnot, so you might actually get a little bit of a different vibe with Deep Dungeon. Who knows? But we'll see. Like Palace and Heaven on High historically, they have had, I guess you can say, 2 major changes with the expansion turnovers. One change did break Deep Dungeon for about a month, and then you have the one that's the stat squish that did occur as well, that did adjust some of the game plans for this content. So based on that history, you might expect something worth talking about when Dawn Shell comes in, but if I were to put a bet down, I would almost say it's gonna be not as big as what you experienced in Shadowbringers or in Endwalker. Am I gonna stream Dragon's Dogma? Yes. I'm gonna do like I am with Rebirth. I'll stream every second of it. Unless I feel weird about the game, but I'll do like I did with Rebirth. So I won't play anything off stream, I'll just play it on stream the entire time. And like right now too, Loken, like I don't have a game that I'm waiting for. Between essentially Dogma and like, man, 3 months? 3 months is it's like not that long of a time. So like Rebirth, maybe I finish Rebirth in a week, I would think. That puts me in April. I played Dogma for all of April, maybe. That gets me to May. And we're already, you know, gearing up for June. And I have to make sure I have all my preparations for June. Like, I want to, like basically what I want to do for June is I want to wrap up the jobs that are in 90. You know? Well, I don't have to do that now, though. Oh, maybe I don't do that. I don't have to do that now. Oh, yeah, I don't have to go crazy on that, because I will probably finish it off in Dawn Trail in preparation for Deep Dungeon 4. In the assumption they have Deep Dungeon 4. I just need to get them all to 91. Okay, that's not a concern. So, I'll have like about a month and a half before early access to just make sure everything is set, you know, ready to go. 89 Gunbreaker, we just like zoom through, man. What can I do? Job's too good. It's boring, but it's too good. I didn't have to like, I think I one-shot Gunbreaker like every single time, so not a lot of opportunity to level it. Red Mage will have a longer combo than Rework Dragoon by prediction, like another additional GCD. Wonderful content, sometimes it doesn't work. If you need a game recommendations, oh I know, I had that other one you said, the one that's like Heroes Might and Magic, so maybe, but we'll see. I have that taxi driver game that I got a code for that I do want to get into. I did promise that. I got a code for that. I made the commitment for that, so we are going to play that. I don't know if I'm going to play it more than a day, but we're definitely going to play that. But outside of that, I don't really have one I'm eyeing as a new release or something. That's like a day of grinding. It'd be easy. I mean, like, when we get into Deep Dungeon in Dawn Trail, like, I'll go through all the jobs again, so I'll probably level it that way, you know? So that'll probably just handle that little detail. Okay, let's go right in. I'll do the ad after 100. Ver Ultima. I wonder what they'll get. I wonder what Red Mage will get. But I would also think it's going to be pretty heavy on 11 influences, right? Because there's a lot of 11 references in the expansion, as well as 9. So I'm sure they'll probably take some stuff from that. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. This way. I'm still going the wrong way. Okay, we are now finally going the right way. Oh, 9 and 11 are fantasy I know the least lore on. I recommend playing 9. I like 9 a lot. I recently beat that game, like we're talking like last 2-3 years. I put it at one of the best stories for me. Like, you can categorize, you know, Final Fantasy in a multitude of different things: music, gameplay, battle system, leveling system, you know, so on and so forth. But for me, like, at least with story, I thought 9 had one of the best stories of all of Final Fantasy. You're a 7. Hey, 7 is great. I like 7 a lot. I'm really liking the current story with 7. You know, not going into detail, but the way they're doing the story right now in Rebirth is great. I like it a lot. Oh, come on, man. I think the original was just epic for you, epic, and for me the best. Story was just unreal. You know, it's interesting. 7 was my first Final Fantasy. That's what got me into Final Fantasy. I have nothing against the story. Like, to me, I think that's like the baseline of like, this is what a Final Fantasy game should be kind of thing. At least how I look at it. I like the story. And maybe at the end of like when they finish the whole FF7, you know, the whole remake version of it, part 3 finishes and all that. I mean, maybe at the end of the day, I do put 7 at the top of my list. But for me, in terms of like just the way the story made me feel, almost like emotionally, and the way I interpreted the story, I do put like 10 and 9 above 7. Like, 7 was great, and again, it's not to say that it wasn't great, it's just I felt like the story for 9 and 10 were just even better than that. I enjoyed those a lot. Like, yeah, it was just a really good time to go through those stories. 7 was your first game? Nice, yeah. I went 7, 8, I think Tactics was after 8 or before 8. 7, 8 Tactics, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then I went back to 1, 2, and 2 for the Pixel Remaster, but I never got to 3, 4, and 5 yet, and 6. I'd like to, but not quite there yet. And that's the one I will eventually get to. Unfortunately. But it's funny, like, again, sticking with 7 OG. sticking with OG, not mentioning about Rebirth or anything. It was interesting of me. I hadn't cared about that story for like maybe like 20-something years. So it's been an interesting time trying to remember pieces of that. Like there are some parts of 7 OG that are very vivid in my memory, and some parts that I've completely forgotten. You know? Like one we were talking about, again, not a spoiler. Unless you don't want spoilers for OG 7. But like, I distinctly remember the Junon scene where they're going through the formation and everything. Like that I remember doing so many times, and you know, the music and everything was all part of that whole thing. But then on the flip side, I had chat remind me about this scene in Gold Saucer where like you're I think with Aerith or something with Cloud, and you go into the events and they're like, hey, you're the 100th person to get this, you know, to have the ticket, and you're gonna be part of the play and everything. And that whole part I completely forgotten existed until someone mentioned a dragon, and I'm like, I remember a dragon. I remember this part. So, but even then, like, it's 20-something years ago that I still kind of remember pieces of it. And then granted, like, I think I got a couple refreshers because GDQ was doing some speedruns of 7, so that helped a little bit to remember some parts, but it was nice kind of going down that memory, playing the new one, remake, and so on and so forth, seeing the bits and pieces that are there, that aren't there, so on and so forth, but you can play 6 when you run out of the games. Well, apparently I'm gonna have about a month and a half to kill some time. I'm gonna have a month and a half to kill some time before the Dawn Trail comes in. Don't know the full story. The one scene that is vivid for me made me cry. Fair. Yeah. I think if it's the same scene that I'm thinking about you doing, you definitely got me very emotional. And this is me like with like my semi-kid brain, you know. Maybe that's also why I put, like 10 and 9 a little bit higher than 7 for the story, because I think I was older when I got to those games, so I think I understood the story better than when I was younger. And so it kind of meant a little bit more. It could be also like maybe whatever I was doing at that time of my life too, kind of, you know, maybe it resonated a little bit better, I don't know, but... Like, I gotta say, like, Crisis Core, for instance, that game, I felt like hit me so much harder the first time around than it did the second time around. But then again, you know, I already know what to expect the second time around. I definitely felt like that game really put, like, a lot of emotions into me the first time I played that game. Let's go kill the mummy. Love 13. Nice! I love 13. 13 was fantastic. I was actually trying to replay that game, but I never got to get too far with it. So I never got to 13-2. I'm sorry, 13-3. 13-2 was awesome. I really like 13-2 even more than 13. But I wanted to get into 13-3 because I think I personally didn't give it a good chance. The entire time I played 13-3, which was not much, like a couple hours, I kept thinking in my brain, oh, this isn't 13. This isn't 13-2. I like the battle system. I like the way the game played. I don't like the time system. And I never gave it a chance. So, like, I wanted now to go back to it, to take it as its own game, to take it as its own standalone game, with just, you know, the same story. But I haven't gotten to that point yet. That's one thing I would like to do in the future. You'd like to play them both again? Yeah, the music, oh man, every time the songs come up in the playlist for those games, it just makes me want to, like, play it again, because the music was so good. Some of the best OST in Final Fantasy ever. Hey, Boyworks, how you doing? Lallyho, how you doing? Welcome. A Vitching. Okay. Got a couple friendos over here. Ooh, my reso came back. Hog. Oh man, the delay on that. like 3 seconds just to activate, holy moly. Is there a chest there? Oh, there is a chest there. I'm working while procrastinating with HSR 2.1. I got that downloaded, I think, on all my systems, on my PC that I'm playing on now, and on my phone. So I'm ready to go. I figured I had like a moment to do it, so I did it already. It sucks on the phone. It takes so long on the phone. it's like I think 10 to 15 minutes to get it downloaded. On my PC, it took like 3 minutes or something. I need to stop trying to double weave. It doesn't feel good. Man, that feels so disgusting. Strength. Alright. Problem is that I'm using an ISO emulator. This has to die. So I don't know if preloading will work as I have to reinstall. Oh, okay, yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that. Gotcha. Wait, you use an emulator to play the game? How? If you don't mind me asking, why don't you just get the client to do it? Or actually, Epic Game Store apparently has it too. How's the voyage so far? Great so far, Pox. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Yeah, good. Good old FF11. I did a little traveling this morning just to test a few times. 30 minutes. Dude, I was standing outside in Ravana and there was no one there. I wasn't surprised, but there was no one there. I play in Mac, and until it released onto PS4... You play on Mac, and until it released on PS4, that is my only option. So, like, wouldn't the Mac have... Wouldn't you be able to access the App Store on the Mac to play it, or does that just not work? Or is it something like your accounts don't transfer between the two systems or something? I just don't know. I don't have a Mac, so I don't know. It says device is incompatible. Ah, okay, gotcha, okay. I gotcha. Interesting, okay. I keep forgetting that this is a song that's in Final Fantasy XIV now. I don't need to double tap these, I'm pretty sure. Can't play Genshin on Mac either for some reason. Interesting. It's so weird, okay. Oh, well, whatever. But I guess it is what it is, right? Bam, 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 bam. I don't want the hippo. No, no, stop! Almost, I almost attacked the hippogriff by accident. I'll check the last stream just for the shits and the giggles. That's how most people play mobile games using emulators like BlueStacks and whatnot. Right, if it doesn't work. But the thing is, like, again, this is not me like saying like you're doing it wrong or whatever. It's just I know that Honkai has a desktop version or a version that you can play on the computer. And so in my brain, I'm thinking, couldn't you just do the App Store on a Mac, which has an iPhone version, just do it that way? But I don't know how Macs work. So it's just, you know, like for PC, for instance, I just use the actual app that they provide on the website because they have a desktop version. That's not for every mobile game, of course. I mean, a lot of mobile games will only be mobile only and wouldn't have a PC version. Just something like, you know, like Genshin, so on and so forth. They sometimes provide that, so you don't have specs or the device can't run the game. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I do PC install if available, but not. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't remember what game. I played a couple sponsored games, like I think it was like Hero Wars, and maybe Raid Shadow Legends. Those two, those were like strictly mobile. So I had to download. I forgot the app I was using. It was like a Chinese app, but it seemed to work really, really good. So I was using that as the emulator. Like, I know BlueStacks is a thing, but there was another one that I ended up using. Although I did use BlueStacks, I think, for one of them too. Put it on display that way. Guys, man, can you guys believe that Yoshi-p delayed the Dawn Trail release because of Shin Megami 5 Vengeance? Can you believe it? Unreal. I didn't realize how popular that game was. The song that's playing right now is from Shin Megami. It's a good song. I would totally play that game again if I didn't already play the game. That didn't make any sense. If that game didn't take me 120 hours to play, I would play it again. If he would delay for 2 weeks, I would be so grateful, because then I have vacation. We can put in a petition. If I... Zorby, if I get the absolute honor to be a part of Media Tour, which I feel like that's probably not happening, but if I get the honor, I'm gonna go up to Yoshi-p, Zorby, and I'm be like, yo, my man Zorby wants you to push it another week for his vacation. Their vacation, sorry, their vacation. I'll ask, I'll put it in there. That'll be the top priority thing I ask if I ever get into media. Changing the topic, I'm currently debating whether or not to renew my sub just to do 16 or save and renew Dawn Trail's release. That's a tricky one. You know, I never really thought about that Void Works. I guess that's gonna be tricky for people, right? It's smart to put it right before Dawn Trail. I mean, I know there's a little bit of a more of a thing. Well, no, actually, it isn't in favor of 16 because they still haven't figured out the PC release, right? So, but there's a dragon in the wall. They definitely did it with exactly the dilemma that you're thinking of right now. If it was like a 60-hour game, I'd think about it, Soulchar. But 120 hours to get through Shin Megami Tensei, I can't do that again. That's how many hours I'm in on Rebirth. I mean, I would play Rebirth again, but man, I don't know. Like, I'd have to do that as an off-stream thing. Like, I'm really, like, you know, leaning into games that I'd like to do on stream to share with you guys. And that's a hard game to commit to on stream. You know what I mean? Like, alright guys, we're gonna dive into 120 hours on stream. Let's go. A lot of time to commit to. And more so of a game that I already played. That's what... I think that's the biggest deal there. I already played the game. But I could just play something else. Persona 3 Reloaded. Is Disney Dreamlight in beta, or is that a full release already? I lost track of that game. I know I had a couple gamers playing that. A couple friends playing that game. You said it in my brain. I had something in my brain. It didn't come out correctly, but Ooh. See that instant? Look, I had a brief moment when my ping was really good in here, and then no more. It's a full rated release now, but it costs the same as the launch shell. Ah, I see. I think it's not here. Nice cat, man. Killed him with a final shot right as he got me with Scream. Had to wait to leave. You could just hit you and just leave. But okay, fair. Well done, cat, man. Oh my god, the lag is severe, holy crap. Resolution. Let me do this then. It was a matter of establishing dominance at that point. Here. Oh, that's too early. Staying dead in lane. In all honesty, I'm happy with DT's release date as it's supposed to my birthday. It's super nice. Okay, cool. I have no objections to it. If anything, it was enough time for me to, you know, put that down in my schedule before I put anything else down in my schedule. That's how I look at it. So yeah, definitely expect me to be online on the 28th. Early access. This time I'll try to stream all 3 days. Because last early access, man, I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna stream all weekend. I got so tired. I did the morning stream, I took a nap, I did a night stream, slept normally, did a little bit on Saturday, and then I couldn't log in Sunday. And I'm like, wow, so much for like, you know, doing so many hours in early access. I basically did the same amount I usually do. I'll try this time. I'm gonna try to do this time. Got a lot to do with Picto and Rip and Viper. I do have to say I'm really pleased with how far my defense skills have come. 141 to 160, really tried to stick it to my paladin run, but I was able to fight through it without using anything more than usual. And I believe everything nice. Yeah, you're just getting better and better so far. I mean, it's with time, and sometimes people, you know, don't necessarily realize it, especially on the first couple of clears, but you really do get better at the content. I was watching the journey of my buddy Bowie the Hero, who, man, I still remember the first days he was trying to do Deep Dungeon, and he was trying to go in blind, and he was sticking to it, and he is really, like, one of those hardcore, you know, purist type gamers, and he wanted to stick no backseating, no nothing, until he finally kind of caved in a little bit, started to get information, but, you know, he got as far as he could without it. He got his first clear, and he was still struggling to get that second clear. Like, it took him a long time to get a second clear. And then the third clear came. And then all of a sudden, I think he's like 16 out of 19 and like Heaven on High or something like that. Like 13 out of 19. Because he's just that middle section of like job number 4 or 5 up until like 10, 13. It's like, you just start crushing the jobs. And that's, I think, when people start to realize, like, wow, I'm actually really good at the content. But the experience just carries over. It just constantly carries over. And it's just such a good feeling when you really, you know, kind of take a break to realize that to look how you started and to see how you are now. Like, you really are that much better. And according to... Hey, you know how Void works? I'm gonna promise you right now, man. Unless you don't want to get spoiled on Viper and Pictomancer, I guarantee you this stream will not have MSQ spoilers. I will do MSQ off stream. I always do it off. I never do it on stream. I'm not a React streamer. I don't, you know, I don't think I'm gonna give a worthy enough content when I see someone perish in the main story and, like, you know, I'm supposed to like have like this wide mouth, eyes open, you know, bawling my eyes out because they died. I'll be like, oh well, guess they're gone. That's it. That's my reaction, and we move on. Nothing spectacular. So we won't get any main story here. We're gonna be focused on Deep Dungeon. I got a massive list to get through. We got Viper and Pictomancer, all 3 Deep Dungeons. We gotta try out New Dragoon, New Astro on all 3 Deep Dungeons. We gotta do all the guides again. Machinist, Warrior, everything. And that's already like 3-4 months deep of content, so I'm busy. And then I'll do all my main story offline. So I got you covered. I have 1 clear in each warrior, so I'll have titles, and I'm front-loading all the tougher jobs in my... Nice. Oh, nice. Okay. You get through Astro, man. Everything else will just be... just so smooth. Astro really made me a better Deep Dungeon gamer. 100%. I felt like a completely different person doing Astro. So, I think you'll get to the same point too. Fingers crossed that the new Plants Deep Dungeon also means limited jobs with special titles. We don't know. I was hoping to get a little hint of what they're aiming for in the PAX East thingy. I mean, they said that they're gonna get more solo focused, you know? So we'll see. You know what might be interesting to take a look at? Zorby. It's how they handle the 16 DLC. Because from what I heard, there's a roguelite version in the 16 DLC. So maybe that might give you a hint of what they might be thinking about, the ideas that they're going to implement. So who knows? Maybe. Something to think about for a potential new Deep Dungeon. Because if anything, I would definitely enjoy... Okay, would I enjoy Blue and Beastmaster Deep Dungeon? I would, for sure. But would I also enjoy kind of a new spin to Deep Dungeon, more mechanics, more stuff with it, you know? Yeah, I would. I think I would like that even more. That's still just new plans, like everything else is new. Yeah, and like I don't remember what it was before, like how they said it before. Like if they said new Deep Dungeon before, or if they said also that, or just didn't mention it. But my whole thing though, Zorby, this is my optimistic view on it. I don't know if you've heard me say it before, but they mentioned Deep Dungeon in the keynote, and I think that's got to be something big, right? I mean, you don't mention something in a keynote to, like, you know, delete it out of the game or not do anything with it, like Shadowbringers, when they did nothing with Deep Dungeon, right? They didn't talk about Deep Dungeon. They just said that they were going to do something except Deep Dungeon. But it being sitting on the keynote, you gotta think that they're gonna do something respectably developed. Derek, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm doing it by rules: tanks, healers, casters, melee, phys range in that order, with the jobs organized in what I consider the hardest first pieces on rest. You're kind of going like reverse order than how I did it. I kind of went in like a role grouping, and then I kind of went with a little bit on the easier to the harder kind of thing. No. You see that weaving of that? That was actually really good, but that doesn't always happen. I just took advantage of it right there. Alright, 100 down. Let me catch up with you guys here. I missed it earlier, but when you were climbing, how's the ghost boss with resolution? Did it work out, or did I not use the strat? When I was climbing, how was the ghost boss? Which ghost boss? 40? 140? Thanks, Slice. 40 in a row. I appreciate you, man. We'll have to wait and see. Mayhaps the live letter in April. So, Zorby, I'll give it to you straight. Unless they had plans of... Wait, let me kill the music for a second. Unless they had plans of pushing Deep Dungeon earlier than what we expect, which is going to be 7.35, which then puts that at around August, September of next year. Because every single Deep Dungeon up to this point has been on the 0.35 patch. 3.35 for Palace, 4.35 for Heaven on High, 6.35 for Eureka Orthos. So if you're using that history, expected 7.35, which is going to be around August, September based on the timing of how the patches go. If that's the case, don't hear about Deep Dungeon until maybe 6.2 live letters. So 6.0 will be too early, 6.1 will be too early, 6.2 they're developing it, and they're talking about it. So something to keep about. Now, I'm not going to say that it's impossible for them to not have something earlier than that. It's possible. Just, that's where my kind of realistic expectations are coming to play. Like, I will not expect anything until, like, 6.2. Like, any teasers or whatever. I don't mind spoilers to new jobs, as I want to get the grasp of the rotation, especially Picto, as I'm switching. There you go. For some reason I thought, oh, no problem. Yeah, I started at 51, so we didn't see the 40 boss today. Okay, let me hit an ad here. Ad's going out. Owen Data, good to see you. And then we will continue. Our goal today in Palace is 130, and then we're going to move to Heaven on High and Eureka Orthos after. So I'll see you in a little bit. Thanks, guys, for watching. Let's get in there. Hey, Gavindale. Yeah, right? Yeah, rip your Stola, dude. Rip your Stola 2025 in Dawn Trail. Wait, let me get the music back in. Okay, let's go. Gavindale, I hope you're having a fantastic day today. It's good to see you. Give the other science a turn, right? Let's bring Lise back. Who wants to see Lise back in the storyline? Oh no! I have like actually really good weather here. I wonder if that's heading towards me at some point. Well, hold on. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I made that comment in the assumption that you were NA. I don't want to make that assumption. You don't have to tell me location. I got a friend's request, guys. I got a friend request on Discord. Do I accept it or not? What do you guys think? Should I accept the friend request? I have no idea who they are. Oh. I mean, since you asked nicely, boss. Let's see. Actually, I got a message request too from the same person. Same person sends me a message request and a friend thingy from a server that I haven't looked at for like 2 years. Oh, we gotta accept it. Probably Yoshi-p. Yeah, probably. Would I accept one for you? If you type in hello in a DM, you're gone. You're dead. Oh no. Surely they wouldn't show. Yeah. Hey, do you like art? No. Well, anyway, here's art. I can make commissions. Do you need commissions? No. So anyway, they're like $12. Give them my social security and credit card number. Okay. Just straight away. First line message. Boom. Information. Bank account. The true, what do you call it? The true showmanship of friendship. Sochar, you are the perfect person, by the way. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. You're the perfect person. That people will know that you are legit, because you come into DMs with like a term paper. Like a whole story. That's when I know they're legit. They tell me their life story right off the first message, and it's like, oh, you're real. Oh, okay. Friend accepted. Talking to you back. Yeah, no, it's legit. I mean, you know. It's a real person. Oh my gosh, how foreign. Now, which way are you facing, Mr. Crab? That way? That's such a delayed, it's such a delayed trap. Oh my gosh. Hey, you can send him whenever you want to. Oh, did you record it? I didn't see my alteration. Sure. Almost on the next floor already before it went off. Yeah. Welcome to 220 ping. Honestly, I was hoping it would be even worse than that. Like, may as well, you know, go all the way, but, you know, it's 220, I chested it. Got some help from Discord giving me the server address, and, we did our ping test, and it was well, technically 215 is what I saw, but 220. Is it going to be spicy? Yes. Can I do it? Yes. I've done it before. We've done a high ping behemoth before. I have a game plan, and not to mention it's a lot more lenient now than it was when I first did it back in when we did our first free trial account, which was back in Stormblood. I think it's Stormblood that we did the first free trial on JP. So it's a lot more lenient since then. So I'm not really concerned. I have a game. Basically, I'm not gonna weave in OG cities. We just do regular heat blast, no OG cities, which is gonna be tough, but you know, it'll be fun. Yeah, you're not dead. Probably work hard to do healing shot, missed. Probably do, yes. Well, I always do healing shot, but in the grand scheme of things, I would think so, because the weaving is going to be disgusting. I mean, the tincture shot really relies on getting a real solid rotation, so you need a little bit more leeway because of that, right? Because you're not going to get a solid rotation. I don't know how the math would work out, that if it makes it up anyway. But, you know, getting another meteor... okay. Getting another meteor to go for it, yeah. I mean, you know, when this happens, I don't know, man. This is bad. Real bad. Okay. If I get that on Behemoth, forget it. We're not killing it. Okay, my bitrate is solid. I'm looking at my bitrate. Pretty sure its stream isn't lagging, so yeah, gonna be a fun day. This is exactly what I was like hoping for and not hoping for, but I know what I'm walking into. You know what I mean? This is one of those situations where I get it. I'm not about to complain that the servers suck when I'm not supposed to be on the server, technically speaking, to begin with. So I can't complain. I can just, like, you know, if I wanted to clear, I could just go back home, but this is the challenge, so I have to deal with it. Yeah. How much exactly? Floor 201 boss ping. How much time did it take me to get used to keyboard only? I really like the idea, but found it super hard. I'm gonna link my thingy, Your Average Show, just in case. I don't know if you're referencing it probably. I've been playing like this now, technically speaking, for like 20 years. Which is insane to me. Because I first started playing like this in Final Fantasy XI back in 2004. Played that game for about 7 years. And now I've been playing 14 for like, what, 10 and a half? And I played like this the entirety of my FF14 career. Did I say FF10? Oh, 10 years, right, 10 and a half years. So I've been playing this the entirety of me playing this game. So, But I would say, like... Okay, let's bring it back a little bit, alright? It didn't take me very long when I first started playing 14 to get used to it in 14. There was a lot of things I had to adjust to, like ground targeting, brand new. The targeting itself, like targeting enemies, was all the same to me, like it was in FF11, but the ground targeting was something that took me a while to get used to. I would say in Final Fantasy XI, it didn't take me too long. It felt pretty natural. But the game kind of catered to it, because it was more of a controller type game versus the keyboard and mouse kind of game. And that's one thing that I would also say is very relatable to that. Your average Joe, that a controller feels very similar to doing a keyboard only. And then the last thing I'll put is that, you know, if it doesn't feel comfortable, it doesn't feel comfortable, unless there's some other, like, reasoning that you want to try to get it to work. Like, maybe it's better for your wrists, which would be a thing. I've actually heard people say that playing like this is better for the wrists, so, you know, you kind of get a little extra motivation trying to get it to work, but sometimes... sometimes, your average Joe, your past gaming experience will lead you into feeling comfortable in a certain way more than another way. Like I said, I've been like this for 20 years. So you play the same way for 20 years, it's pretty easy for you to get used to it. Like, an example is I know that there are some WoW players who stuck with standard movement because WoW was standard gameplay. And people got it to work. Now, I know a lot of people eventually swapped into Legacy regardless, but, you know, if you're used to that method, hey, if you wanted to get it to work, I think you'll figure it out. So... I think that was the exit. I wanted an easier way out of here though, so I killed the crab. Yoshi-p, I demand better servers. I wiped them because of lag. Yeah, that'll be the next question. I'll go to Yoshi-p in the media tour that I cross my fingers I'll be invited to. That I'll first tell them that Zorby needs an extra week for their vacation so they can play Dawn Trail. And then also, I died because I was on the Oceanic server from the NA servers, and you need to fix the servers. That's the two things I'm going to ask. I'll get 3 questions, and those are the first 2 I'll ask. The last one, we'll try to do a deep dungeon unless someone else has a brighter idea. When you finish the set, can you show me where the keybinds are so I can select and use... So I can select and use the palms with the keyboard? Oh, okay, yeah, I can show it to you. No, he'll just listen to me. He'll not even listen to the interpreter, Solchar. Like, he's not even gonna hear what the interpreter has to say. He'll just say, no. That's it. No. And then he'll laugh. Thanks for the tips. I want to give it another try this weekend. Maybe just experimenting. But you got it. Hey, if you have more questions, your average show, just DM me. Discord, Twitch, whatever you want to do. And then we can talk it further. I don't mind. Just don't start the message with hello. Is that a Corgan? Is that a little baby Corgan? No, that's a squirrel. I had gotten to 171 as Machinist with standard movement, but with look at target when attacking, so I could kite more reliably. But I only do that for PoTD, and standard plus look at target on attack makes you move your movement really weird. I use Legacy now, though. At least you tried. You know, you tried something. So it would be, I think, this one right here, Solchar. Cycle through HUD components forward and back. And there's a priority system. Something to keep in mind as well, Solchar. Maybe this might affect you. There's a priority system with how the windows open. So for instance, right, if I hit F3, I go to my Pomander list. If I hit F4, it goes to my Pomander list already, alright? If I hit the map, open, close the map, exit. If I hit F3 now, the map is the priority. If I hit F4, the map is priority. So that could also be a problem, that if you accidentally open and close the map, it takes priority over the character info. So you have to now make sure that you open close the character info, so that's the higher priority on the cycling list. I've had that happen a couple times just by accident because I mishit a button. But that could also be a thing that you have to consider. Little tiny detail there. Because usually I think most of the time it should just prioritize to the character info, but yeah. A little baby Corrigan. It was a little baby Corrigan. It just hopped out of the chest. So. But how do you move the cursor to the palm window then? The cursor goes there automatically, so... Like, see how I'm targeting myself right now, and if I'm doing the targeting, like, when I do this, it's the targeting thing. So when I hit the UI HUD, the cursor already goes there. So now I'm using my keyboard to navigate through the palm listing. Because the cursor already shows there. Now, if I do F3 like this, Soulchar, and then I move my mouse, it takes control of the cursor. If I go back to my targeting, my Q and E and my O and L, it takes over the mouse. So the cursor is the mouse. It's just... It can't do two things at once. So that's how it takes priority on that. Did that make sense? Did that make sense? I don't know if that made sense. So as long as you don't touch the mouse, it'll never take over. I'm pretty sure I need more than this. I'll just go. Gonna be a learning curve, just like Legacy, but I think you'd make me a better player in the long run. And you mean the keybinds to select a specific palm? Yeah, I use the mouse the cursor to get to the palm. So like my Q and E are... Oh wait, let me show you that. Let me get to this next floor, show you that. Hold on. Yeah, it's just better if I just show it to you. I got another friend request. So right here, this one right here, move cursor up, down, move cursor, target cursor left, right. That is what I'm using to navigate the Pomander menu. So O and L is up and down, Q and E is left and right. You'll see it on the second slot here, O and L here, Q and E is over here. So that's how I navigate through the menu. So you see this is Q and E, this is O and L. Danny, how you doing? I'm doing great. I hope you're doing as good, if not better. No problem, Sochar. Oh my god, that potion. It's gonna be a fun day. It's gonna be a fun day in the office once we get the behemoth. Sometimes it goes instantly without the lag. Most times it's getting in. Oh, some other person sends me something called a soul char. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Triple check the potion. Triple check the potion pops out on Behemoth. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, that is something. Ganu, I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me tell you. let me tell you, man. Ugh. I remember when I did that first attempt, on the higher ping in JP, I was just mashing the button for like literally 3 seconds before it went off. It felt so bad. Hey, Mochi, how you doing? I'm gonna do a very optimized, super optimized rage apparently. Doing good. Nice. It was horrible. What's this? Yeah, oh my gosh, yes it was. That's one thing that is, you know, you have to take into consideration now that that's no longer a concern. I just have to get it in once and we're good. You do. Proud of you, dude. Look at you, man. Look at you, Mochi. Easily before Dawn Trail. So what's the last two? What do you got? What's the last two for you? Black Mage and Reaper. Ooh, okay. Hope you enjoy Black Mage. I'm still catching myself using pots on CD instead of remembering it for 30 seconds now. Me too, me too, me too. I have to turn my brain off, or rather on, to be like, don't use it now. But you know what happens to me, Sochar? You know what happens to me? I think about that, and then I use it late. So it's actually even worse. So sometimes it's better for me just to overuse it than underuse it. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Let me read your message. Hold on. Let me beat up these enemies here first. Out of curiosity, why are you running Palace of the Dead? God, I hate YouTube. I swear to God, YouTube's so annoying sometimes. Hold on. Give me a second. I want to answer that. Can't even begin to fathom Solar and Black. It's an experience. I like it, but it's not for everybody. But if you're going for Omni, it's a necessary evil, you know. I think I killed everything, so it's stopped out. Okay, so let me reread your question there. What's up? You asked me why am I running Palace of the Dead still to unlock stuff for other reasons. We are in the category of other reasons. So we are currently on the Oceanic region because they opened up the data center to travel yesterday. So I've traveled from my NA account to Oceanic. We're testing out the server. I am expected to have really bad ping, and I do have really bad ping. So we're gonna try to clear all 3 deep dungeons on Oceanic with the higher ping. So today's challenge is about that reason. It's the higher ping, so on and so forth, and to do it on a different data center. That's why we're doing Palace. We're picking Machinist. 1, it's my best job, but 2, one of the more sensitive jobs with a higher ping. So it adds a further layer to that challenge. After we get this to 130, we're going to hop into Heaven on High. We're going to set up a Ninja file and a Warrior file. And then we're going to set up a Samurai file in Eureka Orthos. So we got a big setup day today. We're going to set up a lot of files, all in preparation to go for clear attempts in the very, very near future. Thanks. I'm excited for the challenge. It's like, toss me a challenge in this content, I'm all over it. Like when the cloud servers came out, all over the cloud servers. Make a whole new character, try to clear on the cloud server before the service shuts down in a week. That was so much fun. I hop into these like one-time type unique challenges, you know. Give me a reason to do the content in a different way. I'm in. Yeah, no, it is not a new account. It is my main. This is my main. This is why I'm so excited. I can actually use my main account. And everything goes over. I will not hit the leaderboards. I don't care about the leaderboards for this type of challenge at all. It was not my priority. So we will not be in the leaderboards for Oceanic, but it's okay. We're getting it on video. That's all I need to do, right? I get the video evidence. That's all I need. Let me catch up in Twitch over here. I love how long it takes for the enemies to move after getting hit by rage. Yeah, me too, Ross. It's very encouraging. That's my thought too. I'd rather overuse pots and die because I didn't have one running. Yeah. But yeah, it's also because now it's also... I've made that mistake now too, you know? Rage. Again. Like... If my health goes below 50%, I instantly use a sustaining even if I already have one running. Fair. How about all deep done? How about all DDs? How about Omni? All DDs on Oceanic. It's like I don't have time for that. Like Danny, that I think that's my main. That is my main thing I can tell you. I don't have time for that. I think there's still other things that are on the higher priority list that I want to take care of before we even consider doing an Omni on a different data center. And I'm not gonna say that's, you know, out of the realm of possibility, but it's certainly very much down to the bottom of the things I need to worry about. Like, I think my larger concern is, like, getting all my jobs to 90 at this point. Did that thing just jump to me? Great. I think this is proximity, right? So... Forward Behemoth to 215 ping. I mean, I'm sure it's possible to really, like, work it out. I mean, the weaving might be better. Honestly, like, Machinist is the one that's a problem. I can't even weave out my OG cities at all. All my lusts back, so I still have to get all my jobs to 90 as well. I don't think I have enough time. So for me, the benefit I'll have, Danny, I was just kind of overlooking it and then I remembered where my brain was thinking. I don't need them at 90 until, like, literally next year, because I need them at 91 for the next deep dungeon. So I have a little bit less pressure on myself. But, you know, you're entering a new expansion. You probably can't do content unless you're at least 90, so that's completely understandable. So you have a lot less time. But hey, 3 months is still a long time. 3 months and 3 days, right? So that's still enough time to get it done. Hi, Tina! Good to see you, Tina. Good to see ya. Hey, remember those high ping days? Do you remember those? I think this is exactly how it feels when you were playing back in NA. You're probably getting, like, literally PTSD as you're watching. Squirrel. Cat. My life for 2 years or something, yeah. Can you imagine? That was your existence. I don't know if I could ever imagine playing like this full time. Like, to me, Machinist does not feel fun. This is exactly how I felt when I did this the very first time on JP. It's like a job that I did, like genuinely enjoy. It's like it's turned into, like, frustration over enjoyment, you know. I think I like in most games, I still prefer the fast gameplay over the slow gameplay. I think that's one reason why I've been thoroughly enjoying Rebirth at the moment, but I didn't enjoy something like Elden Ring, because to me Elden Ring was slow. Now, could I have played a faster class? I guess, but yeah, I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, the way I want to play the game. If I can't play the way I want to play the game, that's a whole different story. But I think that's what it just comes down to. So Machinist having the ability to double weave and a lot of buttons to press, and then being essentially stopped because the game doesn't allow you because of the server. It's It's like, I know I can do it, but I can't. And maybe that's why it's a frustrating experience. But with that being said, it's a challenge. And I like my challenges. Oh, that's the other one. People keep saying Machinist was so good in PoTD. I'm like, it's so funny. Wait, what? Yeah, no, that's exactly it. I mean, if you're getting this type of playthrough where it's like you're just losing damage constantly because you just can't hit the buttons, I mean, yeah, and that's one reason. You know, that's exactly the sentence right there, where I think you just can never say that Machinist is unquestionably the easiest job in Palace, right? I mean, even now you still have a debate over Machinist and Warrior, which is great. But I think someone like you or someone who has the high ping, maybe you consider Warrior better because you probably don't have to worry about clipping your GCDs. But still, also there's the other layers, the gameplay preferences and all that stuff, and so many bits and pieces. But it isn't that simple, you know. It's like you need to take yourself out of your bubble and think about the worldwide player base. And when you start looking at, you know, that type of thing, I mean, there's just no possible way how Machinist can be the undisputed favorite, period. Like, it's just thinking about it like that, that just can't be possible ever. You know, it's like there is going to be someone out there who just cannot do Machinist for whatever reason. And you can't tell them, no, it's the best. No, do it this way. You win every time. It's like, no, that's not how that works. And it's funny me saying that out loud. It just sounds so stupid. And that's how people will say it too. It's just like, just really funny. Warrior PoTD with high ping is comfortable, but it gives you a false sense of security. I would imagine because you have to worry about, what, the telegraphs, right? The damage intake. You won't be able to react as fast in, like, really emergency situations. Like, the last second home gang or something like that probably becomes a little tricky. You have to still have anticipation. That caused a little bit of problem. My Machinist ping is great. I don't have problems, plug straight into the server. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, but on paper... Man, you know, someone should do that one time. They should do an on-paper Machinist with someone with, like, 500 ping trying to do damage like that. It's like, okay, but on paper... but I also can't do Bard and Dancer, so take that as you will. I mean, it's fair. You know, people are just not... I mean, people just don't do well on a job for a multitude of reasons, and, like, you don't need to really explain yourself. Like, I feel like, if anything, if there needs to be explaining, there needs to be equal explaining from both sides. Give your points about why it's good, but also have and listen to the points why it can't work. You know, other than just dismissing them. Oh, I'm at the boss. Oops. Didn't realize I'm at the boss. Just blabbering away here. Oh, one thing I will say. I was thinking about this, I think, yesterday. If they do anything with the new Deep Dungeon, my maybe one request, bring back Revenge Twofold. You know, Darth, your message that said "aw" did not show up on Twitch. It showed up on my OBS though. Bow wow wow music when? Soon. April 10th. April 10th. Actually, maybe April 11th. Shut up, interesting. I didn't have it in my Twitch. I guess my Twitch has been bugging a little bit. I didn't see it. I saw it on OBS. It's just something about the song, it just rings Deep Dungeon for me. Good. Double weaving is such a pain, oh my gosh. What would I like from the next Deep Dungeon? I would really like them not to copy-paste again. Because there's a lot of copy-pastes from the previous into the new one. So, like, I wouldn't mind new mechanics, I wouldn't mind, just a general, not a complete overhaul of the foundation of the game design, but just, you know, just different things about it. I mean, like, I think there was so much enjoyment from the community for years trying to dissect all the little bits of Deep Dungeon. From the scoring to the respawn timer, to even the little bits of our knowledge on landmines and the massive debuffs in 51 to 60 and having no knockback in the last 3 floors. Like, these little bits of details that someone doesn't necessarily need to know for their own runs has been so cool watching the community over time figure these things out. And like, and even the traps, like the fact that we know how the traps function, even down to, you know, thanks to Darabon and Vaxer, knowing that the traps cycle on the floors, you know, like if they show in one location, they're not going to show in that same location down the line. Like, these are little bits that are so cool, but, you know, if you just take it and copy paste it into the new Deep Dungeon, I mean, okay, great, at least we know what to expect, but I would almost say, like, a lot of that challenge now, it's already, you already conquered that challenge, you know? So I would love it for them to just leave the 3 Deep Dungeons alone. I mean, there's a couple changes I'd like in EO. A lot of us would like a couple changes in EO, but reality is, I mean, don't completely obliterate it. I mean, leave it as it is. Make this new one just feel very fresh, very new. Things that we don't expect. I mean, traps, like, you know, we were joking about traps on walls, different types of traps, branching paths, you know, alternative bosses. I mean, some of the things that you see in Variant, but maybe, you know, redone in Deep Dungeon would be so cool that you just, or the thing that I would really like for it to see is it to lean even harder into a roguelite, you know, that you really randomize, not necessarily, you know, just the mechanics of the enemy. Like, the base foundation of how the enemies function, you can leave that. But do more mechanics of, like, you know, how you conduct yourself, how you get the power-ups, how you use the power-ups into more of that roguelike situation. I think that would be very much appreciated. I think for everyone. I mean, it's hard for us to really, you know, I think really put down a thing of, like, you must do this, because we are really, like, you know, this is still a very niche part of the community. And they have to cater that content to everybody. But still, you know, I think changes like that would benefit everyone. What's up, Southerner? I want a roguelike with Indie Dungeon currency. A lot of people have said that one. That would be kind of cool. I mean, obviously nothing too crazy, but I mean, that adds depth to it. You can pick this thing, you can pick that thing. I mean, that's why my whole idea with Blue Mage, you know, how you implement Blue Mage in Deep Dungeon. You do it like a roguelite. You start with one spell, you learn your spells as you climb up. You can change your loadout every single time you go in. Like, to me, that's the essence of a roguelite. And then you'll see people do, you know, this is the easiest build, this is the hardest build, this is a challenge run, go with 1 spell, go with 2 spells. Like, you can see the variance of content you can produce from just that like, I guess you don't want to call it, I mean, the concept is simple. I think the implementation is difficult as hell, but, you know, from that little concept, you can produce so much variance of how people will repeat it. You want something repeatable. That's what you need, a repeatable content. Cheers, Tina. You're the best. So I think stuff like that is where you want to focus on, you know? And again, I put this out there also. I don't mind repeating things, so I apologize if you're going to hear me repeat it, but, like, Danny, I don't know if you play 16, but their new DLC with Leviathan coming out, they're going to have a roguelite mode in there. So maybe that's a little bit of a hint of what we might see in 14, considering it's the same development team. Maybe some ideas that they put in there could be things that we can look at as either things they might implement or ideas that they're trying to explore to see if people like it. Something to take note. I don't know if I'm going to engage with that DLC or not. Haven't decided. I'm really not that interested in going back to 16 right now, so we'll see, but... So you've gone down to a hole twice and up tower once. Tower hole for DT. I really wish we went with that meme, Darth, about the fact that we had gone down, then up, and we were gonna go sideways. I would have really, really loved it if they went with that idea that we went sideways. But because now we've gone down again, I would think that we go up again. But considering that it depends on where they put it, right? Because if you're gonna put it in Solution 9 and towards the endgame area, that can go in lots of places, because that seems very futuristic. That seems like you can get dimensional portals, blah blah blah. We don't know what's in Solution 9, but maybe that goes wild, you know? Just like how, in my opinion, I thought it was an absolutely brilliant idea to do the next, what is it? I don't know if it's like the Island Sanctuary 2.0 or the Restoration 2.0. I can't remember what they're leading this into, but the whole thing where we're supposed to restore the other planets, right? And this is obviously based off of the stuff in Endwalker. I thought that was brilliant, because that's going to be endless content. The Cosmic Exploration, that's going to be endless content. You can have infinite planets. You can touch upon all the planets they mentioned in the story, and then make new ones. And that will be endless. So that's brilliant in my way. There's no end to that. So that's smart. At least the concept is smart. I mean, we'll see about the implementation, but the concept is smart. So if you enter something like that, I mean, maybe you get a concept where it's like portals. Like okay, example. Heaven on High is a tower. There's a top of the tower, there's a bottom of the tower. Technically speaking, there could have been more than 100 floors, because the tower seems like you can count over 100. But there is a distinct beginning and end, right? I mean, I guess Eureka Orthos, you can argue, could have kept going forever, depending how far you go. So there was like some leeway to add in, but I would kind of like that idea. And then you have it more, instead of it being a straight horde, if you go into branching paths, maybe then you start to see, you know, go into more things. You know what would be even cooler? Secret endings. That's what the... If I remember correctly from people talking about it, that was one of the coolest things about the original Palace of the Dead in Tactics Ogre. That had... It wasn't straightforward. That had various amounts of branching paths. You had to do more to get to the other endings. That would be cool if they put something like that, right? Bring it back to what that used to be. Like, you know what would be the coolest thing? 2 things. And then I'm gonna probably hit an ad, and then we're gonna go into the... But we can continue the conversation. There's 2 things that I would love when it comes around to the next Deep Dungeon, especially taking into consideration for the content creation for it. I would love if the solo aspect of it is so different from the party aspect that you'll have the light party team go in, clear day 1, and the solo runners can't do anything with that information. Because that's one reason why you got an Eureka Orthos cleared under 24 hours. Because all of that information was logged, recorded, studied, and then executed. Because it wasn't really different, so it made sense. Hey Sadie, thanks for the raid! Okay, Twitch is being really weird. I didn't see that come through. Shoutouts to Sadie. Sadie is one of our greatest Deep Dungeon runners. On controller. Guys, if you need someone to watch for Deep Dungeon on a controller, you gotta watch him, because he is one of the best out there. You gotta check him out. Hope your stream was good, man. We were talking about a little bit about the new concept ideas of when Deep Dungeon comes in. So I was just mentioning how I would love it how a party can clear Deep Dungeon and a solo runner cannot use that information, because it's just different. But the other thing that would blow my mind would be that someone would get to the very end, to get to the clear, to get to the shrine, whatever it might be, and they don't get the title because they didn't finish all the requirements. That they have to do other things to get the thing. Like there's like another path you had to go for. It's like instead of it being the 100%, you instead got 80%. You needed to get the other bits. Like that would be awesome. You have to do more than your conventional, you know, just a shot 1 to 100. I love that. So, welcome in, guys. I hope you had a good stream, Sadie. Thank you for popping in earlier, and then thank you for dropping the rain. We are currently on 110, so we're going well here on the climb. I'm gonna catch up in chat here, then I'm gonna play out an ad, but keep playing. I kind of went on a monologue. Let me see. I gotta go way up here. What if they just made it as difficult as Criterion actual 4-man one, not the variant soloable one, and then don't scale it and now you solo it anyway? They'd have to adjust the content for that. I think the content is designed to be scaled, so they'd have to make changes that way. I mean, some of the concepts are very cool with the you being able to change the boss around and the different pathings, but they'd have to do something else with that to make it there. It could be disconnected from the rest of the game too, so they have more control over balance, and something like Heaven on High 41 never happen again. They could. Like Southerner, it makes me wonder too. It makes me wonder, what was their exit poll on Eureka Orthos, right? Let's say Eureka Orthos was so popular that they now consider more effort into putting development money into it. Maybe something like you mentioned is a possibility, right? Because I would imagine like you would lean into content because you know people are going to play it. I mean, it's still a business after all. You don't just make content because feel like it, but no one's gonna play it. You make it because it's popular. So who knows? Appreciate the answer. Hey, no problem, Danny. Do something similar to Lost Action in Boja, but for Deep Dungeon would be cool. My only thing with that, and I'll always say it, is as long as it doesn't become weird, because something like, you know, Lost Star exists. Lost Flare Star? And that's too broken. You don't want to go too broken. Only thing I hope for them is to not lock the next Deep Dungeon behind the end of the expansion. Make it the same as Heaven on High Place of earlier. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it would still have to be 91, right? But yeah, I guess it depends on what story they go for. I'm so hopeful for DT. The media and stuff they've teased has just made me more excited for it than EW ever did. That's good. I don't know how I feel about Dawn Trail at the moment. I am very excited to play it, but I don't know if it's better than what it was for Endwalker. I'm not sure. I mean, Endwalker, I think, had a huge one because I knew Deep Dungeon was finally coming back, so I guess that was exciting for me, but EO was cool because 99 was the boss. We like surprises. But I would like it if there was, like, see, that's the thing, right? That was a great surprise boss. But then, as a solo runner, you still knew that was coming, for the most part, if you were spoiled on it, or, like, you looked at information. But it would be great if, like, again, you have an experience with the light party, but then the solo runner has a different experience. Like, that would be cool. I would love it if they removed main level requirement for all jobs. Just make me have one at the required level. Let me go into the others. That's fair. Objective needed for clear. Kill 10 Griffs in Heaven on High. Do it. Did EO 81 to 100 Scholar now ready for bed? How's 200 ping? Painful. But I've done it before, so it's not a foreign pain. It's just been a while, because even Sadie, even when I went back to JP for that free trial, it didn't feel as bad as what it was like 4 years ago. This right now feels like it was 4 years ago when I first did JP, so like trying to weave an OGCD between Heat Blast during Wildfire is like basically out the window. I can't do that, especially on Behemoth. Doing a double weave is painful to watch. Killing things with rage and watching the enemy stand there for 2 whole seconds before it moves is hilarious. Also, we had a lag spike, so there's that. Had my best run in PoTD last week, died on 192 to Gloom, Horse crit. Ooh. Oh. Was that no steal too? No, that might have been with steal. Yikes. Drew. No problem, dude. You're gonna get there. I believe in you. They show that they are capable of changing the formula. With steel? Yeah, because you said gloom, and I'm like, no, that sounds like with steel. You wouldn't pull that without without steel and gloom. You wouldn't pull that without gloom. Oof. It happens. They're painful. Yeah, Ross. Hey, they said it, didn't they say it? They're going to put more focus on the gameplay. They want to break their formulas, didn't they say that? Are we finally gonna leave? Guys, are we finally going to escape a dungeon where it's not trash mini, trash boss? Are we finally gonna see it in Dawn Trail? No, my expectations are too high. How is it going with the ping? I just mentioned that Kenjin a little bit, so the ping is a little painful, but it's not too I've experienced it before, so at least that helps. I'm doing amazing. I hope you're doing well, Kenjin. Gavindale says, combining the variant Deep Dungeon puzzles with Deep Dungeon roguelike would be cool. It would be cool. The thing is, like, I think the thing that I have seen when it comes to 14, they don't like recycling content and other content. So, something like variant exists. I don't think they put in Deep Dungeon. That's just how I look at it, but I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Now just bosses, no trash. Trash, boss, trash, boss. Someone said that on my tweet before. I was laughed. Like, they are gonna change. They're gonna add one more trash. Hey, you did have. Okay, you had the little bit of a hint, right? Wasn't the first mini boss in the one where you go to the Shadow Realm that it was like all AoE, right? Wasn't that like different at the very least, like first time ever? Everything's trash until the whatever boss. We had one boss that was trash instead. It had the music though. When you put the music, it's a boss fight. Okay? That's the definition. That's how it works in JRPGs. How do I have this? I was about to toss this. I'm like, wait, that's for Relic. Also, wait. Oh, shit. Wait, no, that's not cap. Okay, casualties, fine. Okay. Hidden an ad. We'll keep playing. Our goal is to 130 today, so we got 20 more. So thank you guys for watching. We will continue here. So BRB for those seeing ads. My bitrate has been solid, so anything that's been happening on Twitch or whatever is not on me. Hardly a change. Oh yeah, but when you're talking about, I think when you're talking about a formula that has been around for basically 9 years, 10 years, seeing something different, I guess, does still have a little bit of a meaning, right? At least that's how I look at it. At least they tried something. I mean, I took notice. I mean, I don't do dungeons very often, and I took notice of it. Same thing for you, is probably difficult to get out of. Well, the thing, Ross, that hit me even harder about that formula, which you can relate to, was when I played 16. And it's the same formula. And I'm like, no. just like a very, like, just a sad, like, no, I know what I'm expecting here. Yeah. Whereas you play something like Remake, not mentioning Rebirth, going to Remake. Even Remake had a much different pacing when it came to quote-unquote dungeons, you know? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They need to realize it's broken. Well, I guess it isn't broken, it's just boring, that's it. Just kind of stale. Yeah. 10 years of it. I don't know. I could just be whiny, but I like for something different. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern. May hit credits, I don't know. Don't tell me, don't tell me. I mean, based on my pacing, maybe not. Maybe it takes me 2 days, but I think credits. Maybe I get to Dragon's Dogma 2 this week? Oh boy, imagine. I get to play a new game after a whole month. I've been playing that game for a month! And I've been putting so much time into it, and it still took me a month. Unreal. I'm doing great as well. I hope I can get a collector's... Oh, crossing the fingers, Kenjin. Crossing the fingers. Multiple PCs, multiple cell phones. Ask your parents or your significant others. Ask your dogs and cats. Hit the login button all at the same time. Ask your co-workers in a different IP. Try it. And you'll increase your chances tenfold. For me, I don't collect physical items anymore. I have nowhere to put it. Like, if I get a physical item, it's just going to waste. I'd rather someone who's actually going to appreciate it take it. So I'm just gonna get the standard digital, that's it. So I don't have to, I can just get it, I can get it like the 27th or something, I'll be fine. I'm probably gonna get it like next week after all the busyness dies down or something, but yeah, I don't collect those things. I'm working at that time, my brother's gonna try to, oh bless, okay, good luck, good luck, good luck. Just take a lunch break at a very specific time. It'll open up and just like try smashing the login button. Ask your gerbil, says Tenmu. Yeah, exactly. Ask the gerbils. Ask them all. Someone's gonna get in. I speedran 51 on Dark Knight at the cost of most of my bombs. Heaven on High? That sounds like 51 to me. Is it really 51 if you don't use everything when speedrun? If you want 100% of the game, I don't think you're going to be playing this week. Wow. Ye of little faith. Next week I am on spring break. For the IRL stuff, but I'm gonna be playing Honkai for a day because it's a sponsored stream. So I could have been doing 7, but get paid to play Honkai, which is really nice. I guess I won't get that chest. Half your class probably plays. I'm a teacher, it'd be funny to leave my kids alone, so I gotta go. Yeah, no, honestly, what Gavindale said. I would bet half the class will be like, yo, Professor, we get it. Professor, can we do it too? You'll go above. You'll take a step above in their eyes, man. You'll be the cool teacher, you know? Where we at? Toad. Chest. Pain. Oh my god, this hurts. It's almost like I'm playing in quicksand. That's how it feels like. It's like quicksand with the buttons. Everything activates so slow. Most of the kids play Fortnite and Valorant these days. We talked about it today. Yeah. Roblox, probably, depending on the kids too. Yeah, you know, it's the same thing. Like I have like, you know, some kids that I can talk to. That's pretty much all I hear. Fortnite, Valorant. Oh my god, I had this one kid who's like, I think 8. They go non-stop talking, okay? They talk forever. They literally won't shut up. But they go, you know, I was playing Stardew Valley on my Switch on the car ride, and man, that game's so boring. And I'm like, yeah, grow up, kid. You don't know what that game is. You don't get it. It's fine. Like try it out in like a couple years. Maybe you'll figure it out. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like, it's so funny how they still play the same old games. Like, even like Minecraft is still gonna be up there, I think. So. Are we at the HA where we can say these kids? We can always say that. You can say that like whenever you want to. You kids need taste in video games. That's what you gotta say. Make them play Elden Ring. Get them a shot of reality. Even I don't like Elden Ring, but I know that game's gonna give them a challenge. Not the exit. I told teenagers to get off my lawn when I was 10 years old. I remember that story, Darth. Yeah. Oh, look, the lawn is probably very pretty. Well done. Don't mess up. Oh god, there's a lot of pudding here. Anyone hungry? Wanna eat some pudding? But Minecraft is still huge. I'm writing my master thesis about Minecraft education and how you can teach it in schools. Oh, wait, do they make those theses like public or something? Is that a thing that's public that you can actually show other people? Because man, like, I would totally show that to the kids that I have to deal with. I don't know if they read a thesis, but at least it's something. I got this viewer who did a whole thing on Minecraft. They're being loud. Oh, hi. And it wasn't their yard. Shut up and go away. I'm playing Link to the Link to the Past. I'm spending my time doing something actually good. Oh, that's the exit? Alright, cool. Cool. Oh. Oh, I died, rip. Oh, yeah, okay, I got the chest, good. Security. See, for me to get 6 hits in Wildfire, I cannot use a single OG CD. If I use a single OG CD, that's it. I am screwed. I don't get 6. Well, let me pull this. I don't know if it would get released, probably not. But I think it's a cool method to teach, and the kids are really interested in it. The feedback so far is amazing. You know, one thing, Kenshin, that I joke about, but I think it definitely is something that can be true and utilized. I joke about how if my teacher back in the day convinced me, like tried his best to convince me that I needed to know math because I needed it for video games, I would have probably paid even more attention to my math classes. Because I find it hilarious how much math that is utilized in games. I mean, from parsing and like ACT and all that stuff, right? I mean, that's all math. And then, not to mention, when we're running Deep Dungeon, that I have to do like quick math on, okay, we walk into the boss with 7 minutes. I need to figure out how much damage I'm doing per percent and then multiply that by X amount of time to see if I have enough time to beat this boss in... Like, that's like... I mean, it's not complicated math, but like, I need to get it right, otherwise I fail the duty. You know what I'm saying? So like, having like at least some type of math that will benefit you with something that you're liking to do would get you motivated into learning it. Makes sense? And even like basic geometry of like drawing the lines and all that stuff. I mean, you have mechanics that are executing geometry. The big one, right? Man, I thought this was hilarious when in the Evilist raids, I think, when they added in the math boss and they added in prime numbers. Literally for that day that they released that boss, prime number was trending on the Google search list because everyone was searching what a prime number was. It's like, this is hilarious to me, right? So you have games like that are executing these things that are utilizing like, you know, things that you learn in education. So yeah, to that example, I mean, stuff like that can definitely, you know, it's like you're giving education to something they're interested in. That's just what it comes down to. One is not prime. One day, you'll need to know prime numbers to defeat it. Oh, I didn't even read Dart's message! Yeah, exactly. And my teacher said that, man. How do you mean? Well, back in my day, there was this one boss. You have, like, this video footage, you know, with, like, the old, like, Western-style broken film thing. Just showing this raid boss. See this thing? It asks you to do a prime number. And see how many people died? Because they didn't learn math. So you need to remember, the next time you do this, you need to know. Oh, well, why are you here? The hell? I'm surprised that landed. I'm not gonna lie, I got slightly better at simple math because math boss made more common in... I mean, look, like me having to figure out, again, the percentages of boss fights with how much time I have, like, it makes you focus in. Like, you need to get it right, because if I get the math wrong, I'm losing. And it feels even worse when you get it wrong, you know? So that alone creates, like, this cycle of education. And then if you run back to the same boss, the same situation, you want to make sure you don't make the same mistake. I mean, that's just personal growth at that point. Therefore, you've gotten better at that situation, you know? And even, like, oh man, even, like, taken to, like, Honkai Star Rail, which is the other game we're playing, how that gets crazy into math. Like, I feel like if I was someone who is actually really good at math, I could really make amazing content in those type of games. Like Meiji rated us yesterday. She makes amazing videos into math calculations about characters in Tower Fantasy, calculating DPS, calculating all these things. Those are math spreadsheets, so on and so forth, and they're hard facts, raw facts. But man, they help people make decisions if they want a character or not. Almost like literally like lifetime decisions, because obviously you have to spend money in sometimes, or you have to spend your limited tickets to decide if you want this character or not. And those math experts are the ones that are definitely getting a lot of views because it's just hard facts. You're not going with like, oh well, this character's really good because you know, I think it's good. It's more like, this character's good because compared to this on this and this, you know, it's like it's like you can't dispute the information because they're just numbers. And then it then comes up to you, do you care about the numbers? But still, it's still facts. So, and that's where, like, I will never become that creator because I am not good at that. All I'm good about is throwing characters out there and trying to develop a strategy based on what I have. That's more my expertise. I'll spend hours on a content, ramming my face on the wall until I get it right. Like, I wouldn't even make adjustments to my gear. No, I just keep doing it because that's just how I like to do it. You love HSR Matt. I know you do, Mirin. But again, that's what it is, right? I mean, you gotta be good at that. You can't, like, I can't force myself into that category. I mean, maybe I could, but just to think about how long it'll take me just to get good at that, I'll leave it to you guys, you know? I'll take my expertise in executing the gameplay over doing the backend. Yeah. It determines whether a character earns millions of dollars or not. I played Pokemon, the video game, competitively, and I went to tournaments and the prep for thousands of calculations. Back then, I realized how... Yeah! Pokemon, for sure. Yeah. I can see that, right? Speed value... I mean, that's also going into those type of games with, like, a turn-based type thing. Dude, even, like, speedruns, Kenshin. That's where that also breaks my brain. Like, watching some speedruns in JRPGs is insane. You have step counters, you have, level counts, you have certain XP that you need. You need to math it out that way. You have time factors and everything just to get your character right. The amount of actual math that gets used there is mind-boggling. And again, that's just one category. I mean, I'm sure you're looking into your thesis into something more of a broader sense, maybe not just necessarily math, but hey, the point still stands, you know? What's up? What's up? No, we are preparing 4 different files today in preparation for clear attempts. So, Usul, today we're getting to 130 in Palace of the Dead. Then we are going to get a 21 to 30 Heaven on High file on Ninja. Then we are going to get a 1 to 30 Heaven on file on Warrior. And then we'll get a 21 to 40 EO file on Samurai. All of them will be eventually done over the course of a couple weeks. I'm planning for the continuation of this file next Monday. So 131 to 200 next Monday. So we're getting it all ready today. Step counts here, but not here, yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna stay here, I don't want to move. I had any trap is pretty bad. Especially with the higher ping. Oh man. I really feel like I'm playing in quicksand. That's just how this feels like. Like I press a button, I'm just waiting for the activation. I hit a chest, I'm waiting. They did. I don't know when they did it. Like Darth, I swear to God. Last Monday. Actually, yeah, a couple of you guys, we were talking about this last week, and then, you know, maybe you didn't pop in, or you didn't see my announcement in Discord or something, but we had the ISP guys come in early last Monday in the morning before stream. And they assess everything, they're like, yeah, we see the problem, I'll send it up to the maintenance team so they can do something. And they said, when the guys come, you know, you don't need to be home, but they're probably going to turn off your internet to do something outside, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, as long as it's not during stream. I didn't say that, but in my head, I'm like, as long as it's not during stream, it's fine. Less than 24 hours later, I never saw them come. I have no idea if they did it in the middle of the night. Probably not. Maybe they did it when I was away in the house doing some errands or something. But literally less than 24 hours, it's fixed. And we're saying, like, fixed. So it's been fine ever since then. So Tuesday, since Tuesday, I've been perfectly fine. So, yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what they did. I don't know what was done, but it's fixed. So, I'm not complaining. But part of me still wants to know why, so that if it happens again, you know, maybe I can be like, hey, so, you know, you guys did this, this, and that, but... Like... So yeah, that means, like, if some of you guys had adjusted your streams to low latency and you turned it off, you can probably turn it back on now. It'll be fine. I actually just passed the maintenance folks to my work on an ISP. We try to fix the escalations within 24 hours, but outages that impact multiple people have... Yeah, you know, Darth, that is exactly word for word what he told me, and I understood that. I mean, yeah, of course, like, someone who doesn't have internet is going to be more important. I get it. But okay. Maybe that's exactly what happened. I guess I was going off of what the guy told me, what the tech told me. He said within the week. So I was thinking 5 days, 7 days from now, you know? And granted, I had the business account, so maybe I took a little priority, but I was thinking a couple days. I didn't think less than 24 hours, with a noticeable difference. I've seen, wait, let me catch up on YouTube over here. A lot of times, it's misconfiguration on their side. I've seen people lose internet for a week because a plug got bumped in a substation. Oh man, maybe that's all it was. That drill did not go off. Did you see that? I ran past the enemy, the drill failed to go off. Oh my god. Did you enjoy 47 so far? I've dodged all my streams so far not to get spoiled. We are still playing it, Kenjin. I am still enjoying it. I did not see credits yet. But it has been a fantastic game. Thank you for asking. And please do not get spoiled. I'm being very careful about talking on it on the 14 stream. So I've mentioned this. We're not going to spoil it on stream. But yeah, what I can say is it's been fantastic. I highly recommend everyone play it. That's how good I think it is. It's why they never give any info. I get it, Gavin. I guess it's just me being the consumer. I would like to know things, but half the time it's being caused by some other customer in the area that is backfeeding bad signals to the line. Just needs to get... Yes, that was actually some of the reason they told me too, Darth. That was back when my connection was actually bad before. That was the reason I got that it might be something like that. Someone had a bad connection. It was just doing bad feedback, and so like they gave me this whole thing about like, well, we need to locate it, we need to figure out who it is, and then work from there and all that stuff. So well, I just appreciate they're doing something, but I know it's a benefit of my business account, because if I didn't have a business account, let me tell you, I don't think half the things I asked to get fixed won't get fixed. Unfortunately. That's just how my ISP is. Their residential customer service is absolutely trash. It's trash, man. And I hate it, but it's trash. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, I think it's the unfortunate part here in America that you have the lack of competition, you know? Like, if we had more competition, you'd probably get better customer service, but what can you do? That's just how it is in America. God, my mind was blown when I had talked to someone from the UK, and they said they had 6 different options for an ISP. I'm like, 6? You know how many we have? Like 1.5. And the half is like the thing that doesn't come to my area because they just so happen didn't come to my one zone. Like it's there, it just didn't get over here. It's like so dumb. Oh, I found the answer. There are always so many wires you can hang and rotten. Yeah, true. You know, fair. That'll be the day when they actually fix the infrastructure of the country. It won't happen anytime soon. Sometimes a trap here. Nice of you to show up. Ew, gloom. I'd need strength or steel going to the boss, so we'll see what happens. Village ult. I think it's also a big reason our latency is so bad here. Sure, we have a ton of land mass, but it should be a lot lower. Yeah. It's just really bad infrastructure, but... Village ult, I hope you're doing well. Happy Monday. Doesn't have that many that people keep cutting into fiber optic cables looking for... Wait, really? They're actually cutting through fiber stuff to do that? Oh my gosh. It's a little dangerous. Hold on. I cannot weave in between heat blasts. That's just not happening. I keep trying to think I can, but I gotta break my brain. We had over 10k people outage this last weekend. For a long time because someone stole... Oh my god. What are they stealing it for? Like their own personal use or something? Like what do they use the copper for? They just sell it for money? And so then fiber optics wouldn't have the same money if you tried to do that. I don't know what the tech is. I popped into OCE for like 5 minutes. Ping difference is wild, so not used to it. Yeah, it's wild. Especially if you're going from perfect ping, like you're EU to Germany, or like you're in California playing on NA. If you go from that difference, it's extremely jarring. I wouldn't say I'm used to it, but I've experienced it before, so it's not new to me. And I've already kind of, you know, learned some adjustments before the past, so I'm just applying those. It's actually up in prices, it's worth it because it's just glass. Gotcha. In terms of reselling. Okay, gotcha. All those people got caught for being dumb. Like, not only didn't they get money, but they broke infrastructure. I'm gonna try and steal here, the boss. Copper, gold, silver, etc. Copper is easier to steal. Copper is used in wire, but also ground cables, big, thick cables for lighting and surges. Gotcha. Okay. I didn't even know that's a thing that people do. Interesting. Nice to see some PoTD. We're gonna actually hit all three today. We're gonna hit the entire family. PoTD, Heaven on High, EO. Mess with wires on the telephone pole, technically it's a tier too. Yeah, but people still do it. They're desperate. Okay, boss name. Got Odin in Heaven on High 64, but now I feel so unable to wait. To go upper? To go higher? Oh, you got this, man. The only way you'll know Aurelia is just to do it. That's what I like to say to people. Only one way to find out, so... It's okay if you die right away. You know, it happens, but hey, that experience is gonna be valuable. But you have to have the police literally see them. Oh, I see. Why is everyone's saying that, dude? Maybe I should flip the screen. It actually wouldn't be that hard for me to flip the screen either. What's up, Tridab? How you doing, man? Oh, I flipped my screen? No, I didn't flip my screen. I'll think about that, maybe next time. Flip my P. Do it from the top, the top, where we can go. We can go the top right. Where is the beef? Just eaten tortellini and still recovering from big throws. Oh, okay. You got this, man. You got this. It's all good. You got this. Watched a video about it, but yeah, 2 times, just died to the first mobs. On-reuse are not fun to play with. They are very difficult, so I don't blame you on the on-reuse, but okay. Complete. Alright, we got one more set. Usually I got a 120, but we're actually setting this up to what do you call it? 150. Oh, I'm sorry, 130 is where we're going. So I can do like this. Then we can do, that. Wait, I can't move it. Hold on. Put it like up here. There. Do that. Does that work? Yeah? Okay. Okay, we'll do it like that. Yeah, my chat's fine, and you don't need to care about my chat. I'm really yeah, exactly. Dare I ask, how's lag in Oceania? Terrible. Is it finally possible to... Hold on. I swear to God, YouTube. Great. Is it finally possible to PF Deep Dungeon from everywhere? Yeah. I mean, the lag here is pretty bad. If you watch a little bit of the playthrough, you'll see, but... It's rough, because... I've experienced this before. Like, for instance, when we do Heat Blast and Wildfire, I cannot do OGCDs. Otherwise, I don't get 6. That's how bad it is. I can't double weave at all. People need to send me funny tells. I'll just delete the chat. It's not that hard. Okay. At least Machinist is not impacted by... You're right. Machinist, of all the jobs in existence, is not impacted by lag. You're right. Good thing I'm playing this job. You know what we're doing next? Ninja. Ninja is also the other job not impacted by lag. So, look forward to that. I'm gonna open with the Rage because why not? Well done. Your skill is impressive in this game mode. Fun to watch. Oh, thanks, Aurelia. Well, I hope we can translate it to your playthrough as well. That's all I hope for. So, yeah, I'm two. Well, when I did my first test, TriDab, I'm 215, so basically 220. How does it feel to you? Because it does not feel good. But it feels like me being on JP before, which I've experienced. So it's like, at one hand, it doesn't feel good. On the other hand, it's not new. It's familiar. That is merely only double the ping from East Coast to NA. You think it'd be more? I actually thought it'd be more. Yeah. I thought it'd be way worse than like JP. JP was 180, I think. I thought it'd be way worse than that. But... I'm getting a bunch of lag on Primal. Really? I knew it would be god-awful and didn't bother going to... It's... I was mentioning this a little bit earlier, TriDab. I like playing Machinist. Machinist to me is a lot of fun. I enjoy the job. When I play it here, it's frustrating and it's not that fun. Like, it's not nearly as fun as when I play it on, like, the Cloud server. The Cloud server was awesome. But, you know, the challenge of this is what's taking over anything else. Like, okay, I feel bad about it, not the greatest experience, may not recommend it to someone, but that's where it becomes fun, because can we still clear while feeling uncomfortable? That's how I look at it. Cloud, that's right. Cloud Strife. Oh, I had 2 Azing, sick. Nope. I want the bronze chest. Get the motion. Kenjin, I gotta sleep. I wish a fun rest of the stream, and it was nice chatting with you. I'm trying not to lurk up. Hey, Kenjin, look, I appreciate the lurkers. You don't gotta apologize for that. However, I do want to hear an update on your thesis. That, if anything, make that as an excuse to come at a lurk. So, I would love to hear more about that. So, have a good one. Isn't that much further? Yeah. Like mileage. You're right. I don't know how, like, the, I wouldn't know about the routing, but... To refresh my water after I do this set. The only problem is you can't see my map. That's the only problem. Is this set, like, do I have it lined up exactly on the map? I do. Okay, let me bring it down a little bit. Maybe here. No further. I'll do it in line with the bottom like that. There you go. So then you can see the map. You're gonna see how much of the routing is the same as JP. Okay, yeah, definitely let me know. Can't see the time. Well, you can see the time. I can see the time. Okay. My mind seems sketchy with 200 ping. Be fun to mess around with that at least. Yes. Changing my map down is really already throwing me off like big time. I'm such a creature of habit. So any changes whatsoever tend to, like, throw me off big time. This is not going to be a permanent thing. Because that map where the time is so weird. Can you reflect the PNG? Could go to the other corner and cover chat. Heck, those guys. To do it on the left side? I mean, it could, but I want chat to show over there, so. Which JP server? Hold on. Like, I think, what was I on? I was on Elemental in JP. In Oceanic, I'm on Ravana. Oh, wait, that's a good idea. Hold on. Wait, let me get to the next for you, right? I like that idea. I don't think there's anything covering that spot either, right? Nothing in-game that you guys will get blocked on. I'm looking at the my preview screen at the moment. Let me get to the next floor. Okay, let me see. I am on Ravana, Oceanic region. There. Like that? That works. I can move my map back. Oh, that's so much better. Flip the cat? Wait, like not facing the chat or like facing away from chat? So what are you saying? Like I'm facing away from chat? We'll leave it like this one for now. The routing is completely different. Okay. I like the idea of it talking to chat. Yeah. Why do I continue to double weave? Oh, that was a steal. That's a steal. I'm also smacking you? Yeah. Get wrecked. From which country am I, by the way? Can't figure it out. I am from America. As I say it in a funny accent. I'm in America. Smelly fat cat. It's not smelly. Maybe the Alican version is smelly, but the OG not so much. Here. I think this thing's gonna shoot me. Nope. Not quite. I'm in the East Coast. Oh, my butt. It makes me a little happy. So you put down, am I from LA or am I from New York? It makes me a little pleased that you can't decipher the difference. Like, let me tell you, it actually makes me happy you can't decipher the difference. Sure as hell don't sound like someone from California. They're the same thing? Good. We'll go with that, yeah. I would say, like, I probably talk like I'm definitely from East Coast, but my personality is more West Coast. That's how I like to look at it. I definitely am way more laid back about a lot of things, which is very, very California. But I'm very much on the East Coast. Most Americans' regional accents have faded a bit, other than Midwest. Oh. I think I can still tell the difference between someone from Chicago and someone from Boston. I can certainly tell someone from, like, you know, the South over someone from not the South. I can probably pick out someone from California pretty easily. I can definitely pick out someone from New York pretty easily in my area. It's so obvious. It isn't even just their accent, it's their whole attitude about things. I say that as someone from New York? Yeah. What's up, Dan J? How you doing, man? I'll just go murder this guy. Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you yesterday, too. We had a good day. Bum, 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 bum. I have this taxi game that I got a code for. And I was gonna start busting out, like, you know, talking like a New Yorker in that game whenever I get to play it. Not that I know much about talking like a New Yorker, but that'd be funny. Hey, how you doing? One of them paralyzes. Great. Let me get rid of the one that paralyzes. Oh my, what? He got the paralyze off? What a champ. Oh. How annoying. He managed to get that off. Not Crazy Taxi, although when Crazy Taxi comes out, because they're doing a remake of Crazy Taxi, you will see that on this stream. Guarantee. That is one of my favorite games back in the day. So you are going to see that game. But no, it's called Taxi Driver, I think. It's a taxi life simulator that I got a code for. I forgot the full name of the game, but it's like Taxi Life or Taxi Driver or something. It released in the beginning of March. Do you play without a mouse? I do. Yep, I play without a mouse, keyboard only. So you'll see all the button presses on the keyboard UI that's on the bottom right. No mouse here. Captured. Taxi Life Simulator is just prep work for all of us to become Uber drivers. That's what it seems like. Bites make the set so annoying, only mod that can kill you if not paying attention. The paralyze is dumb, but with the 4 enemies on me, I didn't want to deal with paralyze, but I didn't get the witching off fast enough, plus accommodating for the extra ping. I just got clipped with it. Is this mandatory to the success of Endless Deep? No. Certainly not. I would say keyboard mouse is certainly just fine. This is just my method of playing it. Aurelia. You know, all you want to do is to be able to control your character to the best of your ability, so that whatever that means, controller, keyboard, mouse, so on and so forth. This is just my playstyle. I mean, how I've seen people view this as, Aurelia? Well, if he can do it without a mouse, it should be a lot easier with a mouse. Like, I think a lot of people might have that attitude. Does that make sense? All the time, I still get people, like, not even understanding how this gameplay even works. Like, their minds can't wrap their head around how you're able to play the game like this. But they're used to, like, their whatever method they're doing it, keyboard, mouse, etc., etc. So, you know, it really just goes down to execution of the actual gameplay, not so much how you're pressing the buttons, you know? I mean, I'm not even gonna go into, like, people who click with their mouse or who look at the hotbar. It's like, to me, that doesn't matter as long as you're winning the game. You know, like, I get it for raiding, I get it for other pieces of content like that, but in this content, it doesn't matter. If you're proceeding on the floors and you're surviving and you're getting through and you're clearing, then it doesn't matter how you're doing it, as long as you're doing it. I cannot live without legacy movement. I played 2 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I came from FF11, and that game was legacy. Like I was mentioning a little bit before, like, if you came from WoW, which was standard, I can see people being very used to that, and Especially if you're playing it for years like me, you know? You play the same game for like 7+ years, I think you get used to that gameplay no matter what. Thank you for the... No problem. Like of those low quality sim games, like checkout simulators. Wait, wasn't there one, the one that's popular right now, the supermarket simulator? Isn't that like really popular? I haven't seen any gameplay of that, but I know people are like, that seems to be a nice game for people to play. Okay. Oh, good, strength. Not yet, because I still have 2 minutes of strength left. European, specifically European truck simulator, not American truck simulator. Oh, okay. What's my focus? What was my focus before Deep Dungeon? PvP a little bit. I did engage a little bit on PvP before Deep Dungeon existed. Also crafting. Crafting, Danny, was the thing that definitely drew me into this game. I still remember playing the beta of 2.0. And, you know, I handled the beta. I was already kind of committed to playing this game. But you play the beta to try out all the things. Like, I took that as an opportunity to see what am I going to like with the game. Not, am I going to play the game? And I tried a whole bunch of things, but crafting sucked me in. I loved the crafting system back in the day. So it was crafting, it was PvP, and then Deep Dungeon. And then right now, I would say I'm definitely exclusive Deep Dungeon. I don't really do anything else other than this content. I don't even do crafting anymore. I definitely fell off of crafting. So it's really just Deep Dungeon for me. I mean, when Dawn Trail comes in, I mean, I'm gonna engage with a lot of the new content. Especially if it's like super new, like new. Like the Cosmic Exploration, maybe I dabble into. Maybe some of the other stuff that show up, but kind of like the raids, I'll probably do the storyline. I usually do normal raids because I like the story, but I don't do too much currently, and it's fine. I mean, Deep Dungeon for sure covers more than enough content for me, easily. You know, that I'm not really concerned about, you know, this game not providing enough entertainment for my needs. I mean, I've had so much fun now being able to refocus a lot of my attention to a lot of other games that are releasing. When before it was pretty strict on 14, I didn't have much time to do anything else kind of thing. And, you know, trying to make my way through the variety of games, etc. I think Truck Simulator took place in United States of America, so a sequel had to call out Europe. Gotcha. I wonder if they'll add new Deep Dungeon. Wait. Hold on. Again, I hate YouTube because their text gets cut off. What is your mind about Endwalker Conclusion? I imagine you mean like the Endwalker Deep Dungeon, if that's what you're asking me, Aurelia. You can clarify if needed. So they did say that they have new plans for Deep Dungeon into Dawn Trail. That is what they officially said. We don't know what that means, but, you know, it probably means we're probably getting into the Deep Dungeon. Maybe they're changing around mechanics, who knows, but we're gonna get something related to Deep Dungeon coming into the future. Now, in terms of how I felt with EO, I thought EO was pretty good. I thought it could be better. Kind of the very simple way of explaining that. But I mean, you know, it was really cool to see a lot of the people excited about Deep Dungeon, especially not having it in Shadowbringers. That was so cool. But I hope that they definitely get a little bit more innovative with the newer Deep Dungeons moving forward. That would be my preference. But, you know, I trust in Yoshi-p and team to develop something badass, so we'll see what they got. In the meantime, you know, I still have a lot to go with in this content and everything else. Been discussed before. but I would like PoTD Ultimate. Bring a version of level 100 and let us enjoy it again. I would like that, or what's the term they use for the older extremes? What is the term again? The I already forgot the term. Oh, Unreal. Unreal. That's the term. You do an Unreal version. And you keep the OG. You keep the OG, but then you have a level 100 version. I think that's the best thing. Like, amongst anything else that gets discussed, Palace, Heaven on High, Eureka Orthos as it is now, should be here forever. Do not change it, do not alter it, do not do anything to it. Just leave it as it is. I mean, it already gets changes from job adjustments and everything else, so, you know, that's already happening, but don't change the fundamentals. But if you're going to do something like a PoTD Ultimate or PoTD Unreal, make it a whole separate thing, like a whole new section that it's all scaled up to level 100. And that'll be the best case in my opinion. That'll be awesome. Because then you get the best of both worlds and fix up the leaderboards. Have the leaderboards have both displayed. Fix up the leaderboards so it's separated by duo, trio, and 4-man. Please, for the love of God, that should happen. I think that should be one of the higher priorities. That you should have a leaderboard for every designation of the amount of people. Because, like, someone who is not in with the community, who isn't on the stream, who doesn't look at the information, who isn't in Discord, you're not gonna know that you will forever have a disadvantage running a 4-player team if you're trying to go for a high score. You will never beat a 2-man team. Never. Never. And it's gonna be so bad if, like, you're trying to, you know, work this scoring without all this information, and then you keep looking at the score, you're like, wow, well, these people have had a really high score. It's like you're missing a very key point to that information, but it would be so much better if you separated all those categories, and then now you could have 4-man teams competing against 4-man teams, and that seems so much more fair, you know? I think that's one of the big things they should do. God, this is one of my favorite dungeon themes in any video game, period. This is a dungeon theme from Octopath 2, and oh my god, just put me in a dungeon with this song. Let's go. I'm gonna get those on my way out. Oh man. I have to pull them, and I'm gonna get pox, so. There's an owl coming. I gotta go get the me check the chest first, just in case it's a mimic, and then we'll go get the Strength Steel again. I gotta kill the owl anyway, just because it'll be just a long time waiting for it to walk out of here. Then let's get the steel, and off we go to the next floor. We are parking this file at 130. And then we proceed to Heaven on High to set up 2 different files there. And then we finish off the night with an EO file prep. I love the fact that I have that Voyager title on my name. I love that. They picked a good name for it, Voyager. Hey, Flagless. One moment. I gotta navigate my way out of this room. Have any tips for learning the mech Minotaur fight in Eureka Orthos 60? Thought of just taking 3 Razings in with me, but I don't know what else I can do. Did you watch me do it on my video? That will probably give you a decent one there. But how I like to do it... I'll give you the explanation here of how I like to do it. Give me 1 second, though. So, like, that Minotaur does 8 hits, right? Yeah, you can check it out. If you want to hang around, let me beat this set. Let me beat this floor, then I'll get the video out for you. But basically, the Minotaur hits in 8 different quadrants. But I like to separate it into cut it in half. Okay. So my method involves figuring out my 4th hit and the 1st hit. Basically, the pattern is 2 times, and it either repeats or it reverses. So let's say you have the quadrants. Let's take it a compass, right? North, south, east, west. One pattern, it goes north, east, south, west. So it goes in like a clockwork... No, it doesn't. That's not how it goes. No. Don't... Okay, erase what I just said. Okay. So I think it'll go like... What's it? Like north? It'll go like north, south, west, and east. Something like that. Okay, let's just say it goes like that. Now, basically... I'll record that as the first kind of pattern that it's giving me. And then the second pattern, either it repeats that pattern, that it'll go like 1, 2, 3, 4, and it'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, or it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, or it'll go backwards 4, 3, 2, 1. So what I like to do is on that first 4 pattern, I like to read the last hit, number 4. And then I want to read the first on the second pattern, number 1. And then that's how I determine, do I, you know, step side to side? Do I stay in my place a little bit longer? And that's generally how I try to resolve that fight. I don't know if that made sense. I mean, it makes a lot more sense if you're doing it visually. So give me a moment while I whip out that video. Is this it? No, this is it. Good. Get share link. There you go. I didn't put it on a timestamp, but the video does have timestamps. So if you want to check out that, it'll have it there. Where's my thing? Oh, here we go. Hey Sengir, how you doing? Why are we upside down? I like how you figure it out during that one sentence. It was suggested by chat, and I'm like, you know what? Great idea. So, you know. Why aren't we upside down? That would be the bigger question. Hey, I love this. How's the ping? Bad. Good luck on the run. Aurelia, I go sleep. Thank you for the answer. Hey, Aurelia, no problem. Have a wonderful sleep. I'll catch you next time. Disorienting? That's what happens when you go to a different part of the world. You should flip it horizontally to look at the screen. Well, actually, the reason why this is, someone suggested that I face the chat. So I like that idea over the other side. So I'm going with that one. What's up, Goof? How you doing, man? Yeah, Elvis, weaving for Heat Blast here, impossible. I'm not even gonna bother. I don't get 6 if I try to weave in single. I've experienced this before, though, so it's not something that, you know, it's completely, like, mind-blowing, you know what I mean? I've had this experience before, so it's just kind of going back to what it was. But, yeah, it's not great. World first regions travel, deep dungeon clear? I mean, probably, but I'm not gonna really advertise it as such. I mean, I could. I'm sure someone else would beat it before me. Yeah, it's not great. You can probably see it. I think, you know, you guys, a lot of you guys have played this game for a while. You can probably tell. You can look at my buttons getting pressed and you can tell, like, the slowness. Like, it feels like I'm in quicksand. That's what it feels like. Really? See, if I try to double... I'm gonna try to double weave here. Look at this. Ready? Double weave. 1, 2... Well, that one's actually not bad. There are times when it will respond quickly, but more times than not, it's not going to respond quick. Land 200 normally? Yeah, we're on to... Well, more specifically, I saw an average of 215, but we'll go in with 220. Did I ever play? I didn't. Hey, Lilette, I didn't. I do have that game, but I never got around to playing it. And I'm not in the mood for it. Like, I feel like I'm on cooldown for SRPGs at the moment. Like, even Overlord, Unicorn Overlord, I know a lot of people are hyping that game up. I have nothing against that game, but I'm just not in the mood to play that game right now. But I do have the game. Like, I actually got a code for the game, I just never played it. Pretty casual climb to 130, no problem. This file will... I am planning to continue this file next Monday. So 131 to 200, casual clear, normal clear, no speedrun. It's gonna be next Monday. That's the current plan. Oh my god. And you know, that is my favorite, not favorite thing about higher ping. Goof, I'm sure you get this all the time too. If the enemy runs past you during a certain animation, it'll cancel the ability. Because it doesn't register. The second time my drill didn't go off because the enemy ran past me. It just hurts. It hurts, man. I remember that being such a thing in PvP before they changed the whole auto-targeting thing. When, like, you could just go, like, strafing side to side with someone casting PvP and cancel the cast that way. But now that, like, you can run through someone and it will always follow. Man, I still remember when that wasn't a thing. I don't like the random autos that hit you out of nowhere. Of this fight, this fight's silly. I hate this fight. Like, this is my least favorite boss in all of Deep Dungeon. Second place is definitely the Corrigan in floor 10 Eureka Orthos. Like, that's definitely up there too, but this one is probably my least favorite. Oh, and high ping? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. I think that one hasn't bothered me as much, but I'm sure I'll see it on the higher floors. Oh, my steel is down by the spurts. I still find it so funny how, when I was on the cloud server, and like, I was just seeing how many times I could triple weave, and here it's like, I'm like praying I could even single weave. Imagine trying to triple weave here, oh my god. You get 2 normal GCDs off before it happens. My least favorite is the staff boss. Oh, you hate that staff boss. Oh my gosh. Oh, GCDs are now GCD. Yeah, seriously. Machinist no abilities challenge. I'm good. I don't know how you get past Behemoth, but... Alright. We did it, boys. Alright. So, let's, that's part 1, so that file is set. Let's show the file like I always like to do. There it is. Alright, now part 2. What's up, guys? Happy Monday! Sen here, Solar, Shattering. What's up, guys? It is good. Oh, I gotta kill this song one. That song makes YouTube real angry. Alright, we are good. Sound, I hear sound, good. It's always a good thing. So last time all of a sudden I couldn't hear the game. I'm going over to and we'll... Oh, you better make it here in time. What's up, guys? How you doing? Hope you're all having a good sub week. We are back on the Oceanic thing. Now, we spent all last week setting up a whole bunch of files, and now it's time to implement all of the files. So we have a palette sub first, we have 2 Heaven on Highs coming up next week and the week after, and then the EO file the week after that. And then, that'll lead us into 2 months before Dawn Trail. And we'll see what I want to do up to then, but at least we got quite a lot of content to kick in for the next month. Next week we're doing our charity run for the NCA. I actually have the stuff for the charity. I think it's all. That's how you do it. I think it should be working. No, wait. Did I not turn it on? Hold on. Technical difficulties. Oh no, I didn't have it on. Nice. Okay. I do have the stuff for the charity open. I mean, if anyone is really like, you know, really want to support the cause right now, you can donate now, but we'll be doing that next Monday with our bounty run. I'm still getting all the details set up, but I wanted to at least have it available because we'll be talking about it throughout the stream, so people can know about it and maybe prep themselves to be here by next week to check out the run. And generally speaking, how that's gonna go is we are going to do a Heaven on High run starting at 31 plus, and you guys can donate to utilize my Pomanders on the next floor. So if I'm on 33, someone donates to use the Magicite, I am forced to use it on 34. Now, strategy-wise, I can dictate when I use it, you know, so it doesn't mean I have to use it immediately on the floor. I just cannot leave the floor until I use it. So it gives me a little bit of flexibility, so at least I can make the most out of it, you know what I mean? So like, if you would donate like a strength, if you donate like a strength, then, you know, I don't have to use it the moment I enter the floor, but if I have a strength from the previous floor, I can at least try to get the most out of it when we use it. And those runs are really fun because it really comes down to, you know, how generous chat wants to be, when they do it. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, today we got the Oceanic run. We'll see how the ping is today. It was not great last week. It was not great last week, so we'll see how this goes. Good luck on your Puch farming. I'm sorry, your horde farming. How many more do you have to go till either of the titles? You ready? Hop on in. Good. Nice. Okay, so you got one of them. That's good. You got the one. Which one am I using? Oh, this one. Okay. There's a chest here. Alright, this will be a lot more chill than our speedrun. So I'll be a lot more calmer. Oh! Yeah, okay, already feeling the pain of the thing. Got horde already. I still don't even have that title. I have like, I think I have like 400 left, or 300? No, not 300. I think I have like 400 or 500 left to go on that one, so... Have I done this chart before? I have. It is my third year in a row. It's actually, they've just been really nice to talk to. I've done like gamers outreach and stuff, but this is the charity that they are always kind of in conversation with me. They keep up with the channel, and I'm like, you guys are great. So, you know, we don't do very many charities of the year. I don't know if it's incorrect for me to think like this, but I don't want to do so many charities because I don't want to. The community tends to be very generous, and it's like I don't want to tap them out, you know. It's like I just feel bad if we just do like more and more charities over the years. So we at least want to do one charity, and this is the one that just had a good relationship with. So 11 to 20 spam. I think that's the best one for sure. But yeah, third year in a row, great people, a great representative. So definitely would appreciate anyone who's going to be generous towards that cause. What is that chest? Intuition. That's another intuition. Oh, my drill is down. Oh, I killed YouTube again. Don't want to kill YouTube. I want to be able to see the YouTube fam. Oh. Nice mimic. It's actually been a minute since I've done a more casual Machinist clear attempt. Although, you know, we do have the handicap today. Pretty much the last 4 attempts I've done Machinist have all been speed. And they're fun, they're stressful, and it adds a difficulty to the challenge of it. But, sometimes it's nice to just get back into just more of a... I really enjoyed the calmer, clear attempts, you know? When you're not going for, like, mega try-hard every single time. And there's nothing wrong with that, it's just sometimes it's nice on the brain. You know? Get to sit back, get to relax, talk with you guys a little bit more. Say what's on the mind. Especially after, like not to spoil anything we did yesterday in Rebirth, but Rebirth was stressful last night. So it's nice to kind of get into something that's still challenging, but it's like this is the form we've gotten with the game mode that it is really hard to do. Like, don't get me wrong, this is very hard content, but we've gotten it down to such a control that it's comfy. It's almost like I joke about how we go with the casual clear, which is such a weird way to say it, but sometimes that is what it feels like. It's just another clear. Come to think of it, I should have put the clear amount on the title, but could I? How many characters do I have? I could. I think we're at 52 times. 52. Okay, Google, I'm trying to do something. kind of lost count, but it's fine. Hey, Vixus, how you doing? Welcome in. You having a good day? And that's intuition. Right. What we got here? Anything? We do. What are you connected to the roof with? Gravity. Hey, Teletubby, how you doing? Gravity. Gravity. Forgot I had strength on. Ooh. And it's so funny coming, like, now that we're doing currently 14 once a week, it always feels weird coming back to the game again. It's like, do I remember how to play this game kind of thing? It's funny. Like, I'm trying to just see if I can squeeze in an OGCD in between Heat Blasts. But no, when we get to Behemoth, I have to do Heat Blast without OGCD. I have to. Otherwise, I'm gonna screw myself over with Wildfire. Today, when we do Behemoth, we're going to do it, like, super respectful. I've been kind of disrespecting Behemoth a little bit as of late. Usually we do, like, this whole setup, this whole very meticulous setup when it comes to that, but because Behemoth is pretty straightforward on Machinist, especially in this expansion, I don't give it as much care anymore, because it hasn't burnt me yet, but today we're gonna give it the usual meticulous care and setup and everything that I kind of do on my old tutorial videos, just because I need to give myself every advantage on that fight. What is it? I missed the cloud server. I missed the cloud server, guys. We need the cloud server back. After playing like this, I mean, I'm okay with NA, but like cloud server was really the top tier experience. Are there tutorial guides made for new deep read? Yep, I have one for UE Orthos in the form of Machinist. I also have all of my clear attempts on all 19 jobs on the YouTube channel. If you ever want to check it out. YouTube. It'll be under how to Machinist UE Orthos or EO. We actually do it. I have it split between 1 to 50 and 51 to 100. We also do a time management as well, which is usually a fan favorite. People like those time management videos, which is like a supplement to the actual regular clear ones. Yeah. If you can't find it, let me know. I'll dig it out and I'll just post a link here, but it'll be on the channel. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do more of time management ones, especially in Dawn Trail, because I've definitely seen lots and lots of people giving me feedback that that's kind of the one that has really helped them out. It's taken from the perspective of, you know, you have the information, you know what to do, now it's time to button up your strategy. You know what everything does, you know how to play, you know how to handle things, it's just, now how do I handle my palms? That's the perspective from that kind of run. I have a lot of ideas I want to work on in Dawn Trail for Deep Dungeon. Hope I'll get time and the motivation to work on them. Not out of here yet. How to fight every enemy, it's very good. Yeah, I mean that I think was like a nice thing that I had picked up on after the first time we did the tutorials. To be a little bit more descriptive about how to handle things. I mean, you know, and I think one of the bigger points in Gear that really propelled me to think like that was I remember looking at the other Discord, the other Deep Dungeon Discord, the bigger one, and someone had made a comment about, oh, how do you, you know, what do I do about crawlers in 181 plus? And You know, they were like referencing the video. They're like, well, you know, I don't pull them. They tell them not to fight them, but I mean, what do they do? So that in my brain, I'm like, oh, that's actually a really good question. I mean, I tell you to skip them, but what happens if you pull them anyway? So it came into that idea. It's like, well, why don't we just pull everything, you know? And then if it's really bad, well, let me suffer the pain of it being really bad. You can decide for yourself if you want to deal with them, instead of it being just like, take my word for it kind of thing, you know? Especially when I kind of position those videos to be like, hey, this is my experience, this is what you're gonna expect. Let me show you everything I can. You know, it's kind of it kind of misses that part. So we adjusted it for the next one, where, you know, we pull like a frost dragon, we pull the crawler, we pull everything to showcase to you like, this is what this does, this is why you don't pull this. But hey, if you have to pull it and you have no other option, at least you can try to do this kind of thing. And it also challenged me too. You know, it added a further challenge to me trying to develop something to showcase to everyone. And that's why, like, I really appreciate people giving that feedback about, you know, how they found the content, what's useful to... What? That aggroed, really? What's useful to them, what's not useful to them, because it does make me think about how I approach it in the future, especially because we are going to approach it in the future. Not, you know, we are destined to do more of this into Dawntrail, so I always want to look to try to make things better. God, the damage registration is so late. I'm usually used to, like, you know, knowing how much damage I'm gonna take sometimes, and it's just so late. Wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm trying to get the strength out of here. It's helped quite a bit. It's something I missed when I went to... I mean, when you're going in blind, you know, you're giving yourself that challenge in itself, but it's okay. I mean, it's an experience you can only have once. Those are super helpful. Thank you for hey, Piranha. Oh, I forgot to... Alright, I'll need to take a break later. I didn't set up my water. I'll do that later. I have to do an ad break after this one, I think, anyway, so... I missed the start when you went live as soon as... Hey, you don't gotta apologize for that. I'm glad you're here. You're here exactly when you need to be. Hi. I was waiting for that thing to aggro like 10 years later. Even having the intro can't prepare you for everything. Yeah. Did I just hit? Oh, that's a respawn. No, it can't. I mean, it certainly helps. That's for sure. At least that's what I like to think. And my whole thing is, this is a grueling challenge, and there are things that I learned and I went through that I hope some of you guys don't have to go through yourself if you choose to look at the information. You know, even down to the simple things of, like, especially in Palace, you know, knowing a slime explodes, knowing how to deal with the Morbles, knowing silver chests explode. Like, these are the things that, like, sometimes it really hurts to know about it when you're at, like, 160. You know, like, 161. Oh, yeah, the silver chests explode. These are things, like, you wish you find out earlier in your run, not later in the run. Expectation that things will happen this way. Yeah. Yeah. Don't I guess? Yeah, and also, like, that's been my thing too with the way I put my videos up. I mean, I don't edit a lot of them. I mean, I might go into more edited type of things, but you will still have the reference of the full VOD unedited, unadjusted, because I still believe in, and I'll always believe in, you know, the run in its entirety. Like, Deep Dungeon ebbs and flows every second you're in here. Every single pull that you do can dictate your next move. And so to kind of shortcut that for someone going through it themselves, to me, is just like, I don't know. I mean, I know people won't watch the whole freaking VOD, but hey, at least it's there if you need to reference it. So at least that's how I think about it. But I might start going into, like, a little bit more shorter stuff too. Of course, it comes down to what you guys would like to see and what you need. I tried the OC server lag was enough. I tried OC servers lag was rough for my region. It's rough here. I mean, I imagine Sengear, you and me are probably gonna have a similar handicap here. Even I know everything about Garms and Behemoths. They still kill me a lot. Yeah. Sometimes they, you know, Garms sometimes like to challenge your brain, you know? I mean, man, how paranoid am I with Garms? It's like you have to also keep in the back of your head that they might double up Ram Voice into Ram Voice at some point. It's just that's just how they could do it, you know? That's one of the things that I got disappointed with the Chimeras and Eureka Orthos, because in Eureka Orthos they have a set pattern. And I feel like they lost a lot of their danger because it's such a set pattern. I think the Chimeras became so much of a scary enemy because they just do whatever they want. You know, and that's their charm. At least that's how I look at it. Do you know if there's any video about formatter planning from different jobs for the last 30 floors, PoTD and Heaven on High? I often find myself a bit lost if there's a job type I'm not familiar with. Not specifically. I mean, I have my own runs, you know, my own PUBs on like healers and everything, but not to the specification of like a guide. Like when I do the time management tutorials, Teletubby, it's more trying to be a little bit more general about how to use it. Not, I mean, granted, I'm playing a singular job, so you would assume that that works for that job. But then, like, a lot of times I do it on either Machinist or Tank. So I would think it applies to at least that role, you know, phase range, tank, so on and so forth. But no, I haven't done anything like healer specific or melee. Did I do melee specific? I don't think so. Keep that in mind though. Again, you could reference like the clear attempts I have on a particular job, but it's not really in a guide-ish form. Solar said I managed to clear T on Oceanic. I had to wait 3 seconds for Nisi to pass. Yikes. At least it's manageable. I got so salted in my last Heaven High run. I was set for glory. Then everything went shit on floor 7. Yeah, that sounds like Deep Dungeon. Things go south so fast, it's not even funny. You know, it's like your palm loadout could be exactly where you want them, and you're planning for like the next 20 floors. All of a sudden, you nuke so much in one floor that you've now just almost ended the run. It's great to know what enemies you shouldn't pull at the same time too. Oh, fine. Yeah. And Arya, like you said, like, I was mentioning this a little bit earlier, like one of the other discords I was reading that I had mentioned, hey, try not to pull this thing because it's really dangerous, you know, be careful with an Anzu, be careful with a Crawler, be careful with a Frost Dragon. But then the follow-up question is, well, why are they bad? You know? Why would I want to avoid them? And in reality, that's a very valid question, you know? It's like, if I advise you not to do it, maybe you want to know why. Oh, they kick your ass. Well, how do they kick your ass? You know? And it's, and at least from my point of view, you know, I look at that, I'm like, okay, well, why don't I show you why they kick your ass? And then, yeah, that's how it comes down to. You know. You here to kick my ass, Willow? Good. You better. It's two times or 3 times the lag I have from Primal. Yeah, my from NA, it's about 2.5, because I'm at 80 for Ether, and I'm at 220 for Oceanic. So that's about 3 times. I had a floor full of mimics, used 2 witching, and I couldn't kill them fast enough. After that, I hit 2 separate luring traps. on the way out using 3 Magicites and 1 with Odin. Yeah, that definitely hit the fan real hard. You can watch no... Really? I need to, like, walk, like, 20 miles away next time. You can watch no chess challenges. Those teach a lot about deployment. Yeah, those are good from, like, Sadie, Fit, Aurora Moon. Like, those are really good ones. They're very creative. My EU ping's 25. 300 to Oceanic. Man. Yeah, that's a little worse than me. But of course, like, the ping number, I mean, it's a number. It could still mean differently between each other. Like, my 220 could be different from someone else's 220. I mean, a 220, it's like EU to NA. That's 220. Very similar to, and I was mentioning this last week. I mean, you know, the guys who played this game long enough, you probably can already recognize some of the little bits and pieces of the ping not being ideal, you know? I meant more with multi-pulls. Like, don't pull a Mudman and a... Oh! Yeah, that's a lot more intricate on that. I mean, that comes down to, of course, if you're doing multi-pulls. I mean, that would lead into, like, more, almost, like, scoring vibe, right? Because, like, when I do it, I mean, I just single pull the entire time. Of course, when you get onto, like, a healer, especially when I was doing Astro, those equations definitely came into play about what would be ideal to multi-pull and non-multi-pull. Died so slow. I'm gonna pull... How long did it take you to unlock this job on this server? Tomoki, I am on my main, because of the new data center travel that they're testing out. So it was a huge time saver. I would have created a new character if that was the case, but no, I'm on my main, and we just moved it over to here, so no unlocking at all. Which means I had all my potions, everything. Like, really all. This is... Yeah, yikes. Do Magicites not one-shot on higher floors? They always one-shot on higher floors, just not the boss. Magicites won't one-shot the boss. I do not know how to say your name. Sinjof? Sinjof, Joel? Sinjof. Let's go with that. Hey, first time turning into the stream. Been tackling Palace for the first time the last couple of weeks. I love solo challenges. Your VODs have been a massive help. Cheers. Good luck. Keep me posted. I love hearing people's progression. Whether you die on like a floor, whether you get the clear, it doesn't matter if I'm on variety or I'm in this category. Pop on in, say hello, tell me what's up. I love hearing what people are up to with the content. I'm glad you're having fun with it. I mean, it's been almost 8 years, and I'm still doing this content. I think that says a lot about the content, at least for me. And we're always looking for new people to try it out, to have fun with it, just like how we had fun with it. Except I'm on Oceanic server, and I'm not having fun. This is painful. I can't wait till we get to Ninja, which is gonna be in 2 weeks. Ninja Heaven on High is going to be insane. We were already seeing it last week, where every time I did a Raiton, it was a Shuriken Raiton. Nearly 60% of the time, it was a Shuriken Raiton. That sets the mood for what Ninja's gonna be when we get there. Can't wait. Machinist is just, I can't double weave like I usually do. I like hitting buttons, and I can't hit buttons. Oh, this is Alter, right? Yeah, it is. Willow, I hope you're having a good day today. It's good to see you, dude. Hey, Astra, how you doing? I closed YouTube again. Apologize. I'm so bad, dude. Hope you're having a good day today. Oh, you little things. Give me something. switching. Ooh. Well, I care a little bit more right now. Where's the exit? Wait, where is the exit? Oh, it's behind me. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, let me get this chest. Like, looking for the exit in this room. I tried playing Dancer on JP from East Coast NA, I don't recommend it. You know, funny enough, Tomoki, I mean, it could have been because I was on Warrior or something, but it wasn't too bad. I mean, when we set up the Warrior file, last week too, Warrior felt great. But, I mean, you're not really worried about double weaving there, outside of maybe AoE dodging, but like, Machinist, Ninja, probably high-level Reaper, those jobs are going to suffer. For sure, you feel it. And then here you have, you know, delayed activation on commanders, you have delayed activation on damage. So certain things you just feel like it's slogging. I was able to raid on Paladin on JP, but Dancer felt buff. Oh, I imagine the dances are probably gonna be like you're in quicksand. I can see that totally. And then on the flip side, Tomoki, you know, trying out the cloud server a couple months ago, when I had a ping of like 20, like I think you mentioned, right? No, Solar had a 25 to EU. When I had a ping of like 20, oh my god, the game, it was like a completely different game. Like I would live in that server if I could. Like I enjoyed the game so much more. So to kind of go in the opposite direction right now. know, but hey, it's a challenge, and this is one of those ones where there are people out there who are also suffering from high ping that have no choice. So this is you know, this is for you guys kind of thing. What buff am I using? We are using an item here called a Sustaining Potion right here. It's specific for Palace of the Dead, only available in Palace of the Dead. It gives you a rehabilitation, regenerating HP over time. It lasts 30 seconds with a 15-second cooldown. You get them by trading in some Gilmoran Potshers, which you get from bronze chests in Palace of the Dead specifically. They're not tradable, you can't buy them, so you have to kind of earn them on your way through climbing through here. But they are the lifeblood of trying to solo this content for a vast majority of jobs, if not basically every job. Well, I guess you can argue a couple, but that's what we're using right now. Speaking of new people, I have a proposal. I will be continuing to introduce new fans to the content. Build a beam on the third percentage digit on Behemoth, even though I'm getting dropped by a meteor on point 2. The third percentage. Oh, oh, you can see my chat right now, right? Hold on, let me show you. So if I hit this one, that one, right? Is that what you're talking about? That one? That is an in-game macro. I'll pull the macro out in a second because I don't have it memorized. BC 22.0. That's the one you're talking about. Where's my macro? Don't worry about my macros, by the way. Here you go. Oh, I can't copy paste because I'm on 2 different computers. Oops. Okay. Echo. There's also a shorter one. I think it's HPP, but I'll do the one that I'm using. Target HPP. The macro. It's a macro that hunt trains use. And it was so funny because it was in the game forever, and I remember distinctly this one moment in time where someone in my Discord was like, "Hey, did you guys know about this macro? The hunts use it." And it like completely changed everything for like Behemoth pushes. And I was trying to find something in game that did it. I just couldn't find it myself. Like there was nothing like in the regular database that I could just search that would give me the answer, so I didn't really look hard. Boom. Hey, no problem. If, by the way, one thing I will always advertise for all the new people as well is our Discord, and we do have an FAQ section that has a lot of the quick quick examples of things we use, like something like that with the HPP macro, and we have also some other macros in there that might be useful, like the transformation macro. So if anytime you want to reference some quick information, you are more than welcome to join the Discord. And people love to talk Deep Dungeon there, and some other content as well. If that is going to be useful for you, then cheers. If not, hey, it's all good. I will answer everything. And today's stream is going to be perfect for that too, because I'm really going to be very stress-free in today's run. Because this is like literally, this is like me like fishing, if that makes sense. Sitting back, relaxing, this is the equivalent of me just fishing. Right now, it really is. I'm not worried about this run at all, except maybe Behemoth, but I'm really not worried about it. Yeah, because what we used to do, what I used to do before I figured out the macro, was I used to count auto attacks. Like, okay, I need to do like 4 auto attacks before it pushes over to the next percent. And then you have to factor in like crit hits and everything. It's like, you know, it took so much focus for me to pull it off. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to give yourself the highest advantage. And again, this is also taken into consideration if you're someone who is incapable of or has no interest in using other ways of achieving that, which you can. But you know, in this form, that macro is in-game, which is the biggest thing that's important. You know, that everyone can use it no matter who you are, which I think is great. And let me just... Where classes can speedrun 130? Ooh, I don't know all the classes can do it. I mean, I don't know all the classes off the top of my head that can pull it off. I'd like to think a lot of them can. Because this one... I mean, you'd be willing to sacrifice a couple kills just to get the speedrun as well, you know? I mean, I did it on Warrior, I think I did it on Red Mage as well, so I'd like to think a lot of them. I mean, even Healer is probably one that would be in a really good position to, since you can survive a lot of the hits. But yeah, I would think it maybe the better way to put it, Piranha, it comes down to what you're comfortable with. Maybe it's not so much the job itself. I mean, you gotta come up here with good palms. That definitely is a factor, but it could come down to how comfortable you are trying to push the limit of this one. And the reason why this is viable for the speedrun is because of the vaults, right? You're saving so much time in the vaults. So. Hey Zorby, good luck with the hype. Thank you. I might need a little bit of luck, but I think we'll be fine. I'm not super comfortable doing it on semi-score run. Too many palms. Yeah. You're gonna build into it. That's how I saw it too. That I built into trying to do it. Also, there are times when I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna give it a shot. Who cares what happens? But also, Piranha, I'd be willing to raising here, because a lot of times when I put a raising up, it really gives me a big confidence boost for myself, knowing that I can go like 0 to 100. And if I die, then we kind of revert back to like a normal game mode, you know? That's how I approach it. Alright, let's try to do... Let's gotta go crazy. Let's do all the strategies that I think are risky as hell. And just see if they pan out. If I die, it's okay. I got the raising up, and then we'll just, you know, dial it back a little bit. And I think that's a really good way to help yourself prog, to push the limit that way, without the risk. Because a lot of times, I'm definitely on the safer side of gameplay. I will not take a risk that will obliterate the run unless I knew either A, it was not that risky, or 2, that I had nothing else to lose, or I had a reason. You see yours already? Yeah, I am in the proper region, as I had been advised last week. So... I did a floor pull on 96 on my last week's pull and died because of no landmine, but I last minute raising it was and it was an experience. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta limit test. How do you know until you try it? I mean, look, we can tell you, I can advise you, I can show you many methods onto how to handle things, but at the end of the day, it comes down to whether or not you're able to do it right. I mean, there are things that you'll watch some gamers do that you're like, forget it, I'm not doing that. Like, that's the dumbest thing and the most craziest thing I've seen ever. And like, you see, it's like, yeah, I can see it's possible. You know, the biggest example of this, Piranha, it's 150 on melee. The funniest thing. Because every melee that I do on 150 in Palace of the Dead, I handle the zombies in the middle. I get them to the middle, I AoE them down, and then I move on with my life. I take probably a Fire 4 to the face, but it's fine. I do it with every melee, and it's like the tank strat. And I know for a fact that like 30% or like 20% of people do the other strat where they just kill the zombies one at a time, because they look at it, they're like, nah, I'm good. And it's completely fair. It's like, I can show you how it's done, I can explain how to do it, but sometimes you look at it and you're just like, yeah, I'm just not gonna do that. You know, I'll just do it the safer way. Completely unnecessary and fun. This one scares you. She used to scare me. She used to be a big wall. But I think dropping her so many times has helped my confidence. Hey, RMX, how you doing? I'd rather take the damage on the boss compared to running around for a minute. Yeah, that's me, but some people want to guarantee the clear, and hey, all you need to do is clear. I mean, you know, that's all you need to care about. 150, drop Doton, and it slows them. Yes. Yeah, a Ninja is really nice. Ninja's got some really good AoE. I mean, I just do the fire AoE on Ninja, because you just stockpile that and you're good to go. Okay, craziest thing I pulled off yet was landmine on 89, and oh yeah, the landmines there. I mean, they're there, Sengear. They're risky, but they're there. And a really good time save if you've got the guts to pull it off. Doing alright, but struggling with motivation to get through lower floors. How's it run? Solid. I mean, it's Oceanic, I can feel the ping, but it's been pretty clean up till now. Thanks for asking. I might steal on this boss out of security, because I don't know how I'm going to get a perfect push with resolution based on the ping. I think I should be fine with resolution, but I will steal out of caution here. These are the things that I have to make decisions on based on the environment that we're in. I do want to re-strength as well. Oh, look at that. Did you see that hiccup on the Aramon? Aramon was doing a little shimmy there. So normally I'd be okay with only a strength here and tactician, but if I miss a hit, then it gets really complicated. I don't think I'll miss a hit though. We'll try. We'll play it by ear. Yeah, we should be okay with this. Last time I did this, I didn't get affected by the ping. And once again, we're not really affected by the ping here. Everything's pretty straight standard here. But out of a security, just in case, you never know. Queen. Another time-worn artifact into the bag. Oh, that was my cash. Ooh. Okay, we need a small detour. But I need a small detour. I am almost capped. I gotta go to Radisson. And then after I get back to here, I will take a small break. We gotta hit the ads anyway. I gotta get my water. I forgot to get my water.